A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces.
When Jane Ace told Mr. Everett she had a friend with a plot of ground for sale, he thought she meant Mr. Ace, who, being in the real estate business, has also been trying to sell Mr. Everett. The wealthy old man admired Jane's wifely devotion and is closing the deal today. He doesn't know Jane has been offered $500 by a Mr. Neff if she sells his plot of ground. This episode takes place in Mr. Everett's office the following morning. Mr. Ace is looking over some papers. Listen.
Yes, everything seems quite in order, Mr. Everett.
Here, working on it all day yesterday, and I want to clean this up right away. I think you'll find everything there.
Oh, yes, Mr. Everett. Everything's just right.
You see, now that I'm actually about to buy the ground, I'm getting a little enthused about starting what is to me a new business. I've started many in my day.
Yes, I know you have.
I don't have to tell you, they've all been quite successful. Starting a new one this late in life has given me, well, a thrill I haven't experienced for some years. I'm quite anxious to see the work of putting up the building get underway. Would you pardon me a moment, please?
Surely.
Miss Jennings, would you come in, please? Thank you. I want to have my secretary get in touch with the man I've always done business with. Miss Jennings?
Yes, sir?
Get Mr. Hagerson in Lincoln, Nebraska on the telephone for me, please.
Yes, sir. Do you want to speak to him personally?
Yes. If he's not in, trying to find out when he will be in. It's important.
Yes, sir, I will. I'll do it at once.
Yes.
Going all the way to Lincoln, Nebraska for a man?
Well, there's a strange story connected with it, Mr. Ace. Mr. Hagerson always oversaw my new enterprises. An extraordinary contractor. He was with me for years. Finally retired to his hometown in Lincoln. It's a sort of superstition with me that he's always on any new project we go into.
Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing like a winning combination.
Yes. And besides, I know we both will get quite a kick out of it. Let's see, where were we? Oh, yes. These papers. How do they look, Mr. Ace?
They look very good. I think everything's in shape to close the deal. I don't mind telling you it's quite the biggest deal I ever figured in.
Yes, I thought as much. Well, it might be the start of quite a series of big deals. There's something about a wife's loyalty and devotion that acts as a good luck charm.
Yes, a wife's loyalty. What?
I was reminiscing only yesterday about the good luck it brought me. When I was young and fired with ambition to become a power in the world of business, I, too, found a loyal and devoted wife urging me on.
Oh, yes. I know that my wife is certainly for me, 100%.
1,000%, Mr. Ace.
Well, yes.
You have a precious good luck charm there, my boy, which should mean your life's happiness.
Yes, she's quite all right. I never worry about her not pulling for me.
Pulling for you?
Yes.
Oh, she goes further than that. I might even say she really put over this deal for you.
Put over? Oh, not this deal, Mr. Everett. No, I wasn't taking any chances this time. In fact, I made it quite a secret around the house, sort of lone wolfed it for the past couple of weeks until I actually closed the deal. Now I'll be able to surprise her with the good news.
Yes, aren't we all like that?
What?
It was ever thus. Oh, I'm not censuring you. I suppose it's human nature. I know I went through it myself. When you're as old as I am, you'll begin admitting things to yourself that only your youth and vanity won't let you admit now.
Oh, but I'm telling you the truth now.
Well, when you're older, I suppose.
What do you mean older? I only have to look at these papers to know that it's the truth.
Well, we won't argue that, my boy.
Well,
speaking of the papers, suppose we sign them and close the deal. Shall we?
Shall we? That's a fine question to ask me. I certainly...
Yes. And now I'll sign these. Let me see. There we are. I'll sign them all first, and then you can fix your signature under...
Mr. Everett, on that call to Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yes?
Mr. Haggerson isn't in, but they're going to try to find him and have him on the phone in a few minutes.
Very well, Miss Jennings. If they don't call back pretty soon, try again.
Yes, sir.
Good old Haggerson. Haven't seen him in 12 years.
12 years?
Yes, but we write now and then. Oh, about once a year. Let me see here. Oh, yes. Now I'll sign this one.
There's a lot of papers to sign there.
Yes, aren't there?
But so much red tape, of course. Oh, here's the block.
Thank you. There we are. Now I think if you will sign as indicated, we can consummate this.
Yes, I'll sign right under here, I suppose.
That's it.
A little nervous, kind of early in the morning, I guess.
Early in the morning?
Well, no, to be frank, I guess it's the size of the deal that...
Yes, the real estate business is certainly one business that has shown remarkable improvement.
Yes, a deal like this kind of proves it. Oh, I'll sign this one.
Yeah.
There you are, sir.
Yes, quite in order. And I have your check all made out for you for the full amount.
Well, that's service.
I'm very anxious to get started on this. It's almost like the feeling a child has with a new toy, if you know what I mean.
I understand, Mr. Everett. I know just how you feel.
Yes. Now, here's your check.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I don't have to tell you how grateful I am for your interest in me.
I only take half the credit.
Half? Oh, well, yes, Johnny did do his bit, too. I certainly am grateful to...
Johnny?
Yes, he came to me and tipped me off about this deal.
Oh, yes. But I wasn't referring to Johnny just then.
Well, who...
I think you know who I mean.
No, I don't, really.
I think down or deep, all of us mere males know where the real credit lies.
Oh, I see. You still think that Mrs. Ace...
Well, we won't go into that now. The years will tell.
Well, you say so. Well, thanks for this check, anyhow. I know that my client will be anxious to get... wait a minute. What's this?
What?
$70,000. $70,000?
Yes, $70,000.
But where did you get the idea that... when I started to speak price to you, you said you knew what the price was.
Yes, it was understood that $70,000 is... Well, see here, Mr. Ace. If you think I'm going to spend more...
No, not more.
I know the property is only worth $60,000.
Let's go in there now.
I can't, too. He told me to be here at 10 o'clock.
What's going on there?
Jane, what are you
I'm trying to
doing?
keep her out, Mr. Everett.
Oh, hello, Mr. Everett. Make her let me in.
It's all right, Miss Jennings.
Yes, it's all right, Miss Jennings.
Good morning, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Everett.
Jane, what are you...
Oh, dear. Well, imagine finding you here.
What are you doing
here? Oh, give me your little finger and make a wish.
I wish you'd go away and...
Oh, I forgot. This is my friend, Mr. Neff. This is Mr. Everett, Mr. Neff.
Mr. Neff, how do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Everett.
And this is my husband. This is Mr. Neff, dear.
How do you do, Mr. Ace?
How and who are you?
Why,
Why, he's my friend, Mr. Neff. Oh, have I got a surprise for you, dear. And imagine you being here now. Well, if that isn't safe. Oh, sit down, gentlemen. Don't stand up on my account.
Something tells me I better sit down. Jane...
No, not now, dear. We have business to do. Well, Mr. Everett?
Well, Mrs. Ace?
Well,
what?
this is my friend, you know, Mr. Neff.
Yes, we've just met.
Yes, how are you, Mr. Everett?
Very well.
Oh, Jane, what is this you're doing now? What?
Hush, dear.
What?
Well, go ahead, Mr. Everett. I brought him over like you told me.
Like I told you?
Yes, you said bright and early, and here we are. Mr. Neff kept saying he'll be bright and I'll be early. Oh, we had more fun coming over.
But I don't think
It's about my property, Mr. Everett. I'm here to close the deal.
What?
Your property?
Oh, I thought things were going too good.
Mr. Ace, is this your client?
I never saw the man before.
Oh, no, he never saw him before because I've been keeping it a secret. I wanted to surprise him when I made the $500.
$500?
That's just what I said, dear, when Mr. Neff first came to the house and said he'd give me $500 if I sold his lot.
He said he'd give
You mean to say, Mrs. Ace, that this is your friend?
Yes, this is Mr.
My
Neff.
name is Neff. What's going on here? I gave this lady an advance of $250. I'm ready to pay her the balance when I close this deal. Now, what seems to be holding it up?
$250?
Yes, dear, he gave it to me. I paid it down on a new fur coat.
A new
But
fur.
I'm not doing business with you.
You what?
I never even heard of your property.
You mean to say...
Just a minute, Mr. Everett. Are you trying to get my ghost?
Get your what?
You heard me. What do you mean you never even heard of his property?
Just what I say. I don't know this man.
Well, sure, but what have I been telling you all these days? Didn't I say I had a friend?
Oh, Jane.
A friend, yes. But Mr. Ace here...
What about Mr. Ace? What business are you in?
I thought I was in the real estate business.
Real estate?
Yes, but you'll find arguments on both sides now.
Real estate. I get it. I've been duped. You did it.
Did what?
Stole me around this way so I wouldn't be competition to your husband.
I did what?
Why didn't you tell me he was in the real estate business?
Well, you didn't ask me what business
I
he was
get
in.
it now. I see what's going on here. If you think you're going to get away
Well,
with
you're
it...
going to use that tone, Mr. Neff. She is going to get away with it. I've already closed the deal.
You closed
What do
it?
you mean, dear? You mean Mr. Neff isn't going to sell his
I've
lot
already closed the deal. I have the check.
for $70,000?
Yes, how did you know it was for $70,000?
That was the price she quoted. You quoted...
Oh, so you admit I did talk about it to you, Mr. Everett?
Well, yes. But you didn't say it was for Mr. Neff.
Well, you didn't ask me his name. I told you it was a friend.
I thought you meant Mr. Ace.
Mr. Ace? Well, he's no friend of mine. You heard me say a friend, and you said a friend,
I
too.
didn't say a friend.
You didn't?
I see it all now. I see what's going on here.
Just a minute, Mr. Neff.
But, Jane, I sold him the...
I know, dear, but I want to get this right so Mr. Neff can hear it.
I've heard plenty.
Mr. Everett, didn't you say to bring my friend here?
No, not your friend.
Didn't we talk about it?
I was talking about Mr. Ace.
Well, how could you talk... Oh, no, you can't say that. Not in front of Mr. Neff. Why, what do he think I am?
I don't care what he thinks. I told you I'd buy Mr. Ace's lot.
Didn't you say my friend's lot? Didn't you sit here and talk to me?
I did not, Mrs. Ace.
You didn't talk to me about
Mr.
this...
Everett, are you ready to talk to Lincoln?
Yes, I want to talk to him.
Oh, yes, talking to Lincoln. I guess you expect Mr. Neff to believe that, too. Well, let me tell you, Mr. Everett.
I see what's going on
Mrs. Ace.
here.
I am
What
going to
happened again?
answer a long distance.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, the disappearance of Mr. Dizzel. Night, a quiet street of old conservative brownstone mansions. On one of them, a small bronze sign bears the modest legend, Adam Dizzel, dealer in rare books. Approaching this house, but on the opposite side of the street.
Doggone, Luella, I enjoyed that movie. Them two fellas was funny.
Pretty good, all right, but 11:30 is too late for us to be coming home, Henry. I got to be up cooking breakfast for Mr. Dizzel by 7 in the morning.
Yeah, we both got to... Mr. Dizzel seems to be keeping late hours himself tonight. There's a light showing behind the blinds in his office.
Yeah. What was that?
Somebody's shooting guns.
In our house. Mr. Dizzel's house.
Somebody's busting out our door, running down the steps.
Yes, 3 men.
2 of them is carrying the third man.
Yeah, and they're getting in that automobile.
Now, you stay here, Luella. I'm going to...
No, you stay right here till we find a policeman.
Let me look for a policeman.
I see 2 of them coming, Henry. They heard them shots. That car's getting away. Police! Police!
All right, we're coming. What happened?
3 men and that black sedan officer, we saw them come out and...
I'll commandeer a car and go after them. Schultz, you'll see what the shooting was about. Okay, Sarge.
The shooting was in our house, Mr. Dizzel's house.
Hey, you come with me. We'll get inside. You two work for Mr. Dizzel, don't you?
Yes, sir. We keep house for him and Mr. Lawrence.
We live down in the basement.
Yeah, that front door's wide open.
It sounded like them shots was fired at Mr. Dizzel's office.
His office door is closed, Luella.
Yeah, and it's locked, too. I'll bust it here. That did it.
Oh, there's blood on the floor there. Blood!
Yeah, and the office is empty.
Where's Mr. Dizzel? What happened to Mr. Dizzel?
All right, now, if you good people just let me get one more picture, I'll be all finished.
Are all these pictures of Luella and me going to be in the papers, Mr. Casey?
Well, the best ones will be. Now, hold it just like that. That's all. Thank you.
Now, you two can go now. You've told me all you can, I guess.
We told you all we know, Captain Logan. Come on, Henry. Good night.
Good night.
Well, I suppose you'd give us a lowdown on this business, Logan. Annie and I just got the assignment.
You and Miss Williams are slipping, Casey. The other cameras and reporters were all finished before you two showed up.
Well, that's the breaks. Sometimes they work the other way.
Oh, what have you learned about the shooting, Captain Logan?
Nothing of much value yet. A black sedan pulled away from here right after the shots were heard. One of the 3 men in that sedan was dragged or carried to it by the others. He was probably Adam Dizzel. Anyway, Dizzel is gone. Bloodstains in his office, plus some bullet holes, indicate he was the victim, probably kidnapped.
Hey, a slug went through this very expensive-looking book.
Yeah, we found the slug, and 2 more, all fired from a .38 revolver.
Hey, Logan, maybe the 2 guerrillas came here intending a robbery. Dizzel discovered him. They plugged him without killing him and then took him away so he couldn't describe or identify him.
Casey, our experts tell me there's a folio Shakespeare worth plenty on that shelf in plain sight. It could have been lifted in a split second, but it wasn't.
Well, such extremely rare volumes as folio Shakespeare's must be almost impossible for thieves to dispose of, Captain Logan. Ownership of every such book in existence is known.
Miss Williams, book collecting in some instances is nothing less than a disease. Rabid collectors will buy items they know are stolen just for the sheer kick of personal possession. Casey, you remember that little crook who called himself Professor Ishka?
Ishka? Yeah, an interesting little guy, too. He and I were almost buddies, Annie, before unsympathetic cops like Logan sent him back to the big house about 10 years ago.
For his 3rd offense. Professor Ishka was a rare book thief, Miss Williams, but he got bragging streaks occasionally.
Theft may have been the motive in this case, Logan.
And I'm hoping to get a lead on the real motive when Neil Lawrence is located.
Neil Lawrence?
Now, he's Dizzel's nephew. He lives here and acts as a sort of assistant to his uncle. So he should know a lot about his business and personal associations. The servant you met told me that Lawrence left the house early this evening to go to the theater.
Dizzel was all alone here then from about 8 p.m. on.
Yeah.
I see the lock on this office door is broken.
The cop who got here right after the shooting found it locked, and he broke it.
I wonder why the kidnappers bothered to lock it from the outside when they were in such a hurry.
I've wondered about that. They must have taken the key away with them. We haven't been able to find it.
It's the only door. The walls are solid bookshelves from floor to ceiling, except for those 2 windows facing the street.
And those windows were locked from inside. Dizzel's visitors got in through that door.
Well, he must have admitted him then. And because he knew him, since they came long after business hours.
Yeah, I think he knew him.
Captain Logan's in your uncle's shop, Mr. Lawrence. He'll tell you all about it.
Lawrence is here.
Thank you, officer. I'll go in.
Now, come right in, Mr. Lawrence. I've been waiting for you. I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Bureau.
One of your men outside just told me...
I'm sorry you came home to such bad news.
He gave me no details, Captain. What happened?
First, I must ask you some routine questions. I'm told you went to the theater tonight.
Yes, the Globe. Later, we had a few drinks and steak at the Bristol Club. I just came from there.
By we, you mean a young lady was with you?
No.
Well, what was your friend's name, please? This is all part of a necessary general checkup.
I was with Bruce Madden.
Not Bruce Madden, Jr.?
Yes. I know you check up on anything I tell you, so...
I've met Bruce Madden, Jr. professionally when he tried to extort money from his wealthy father. So you're a friend of his.
Now, look here, Captain. I've never been connected with any of the trouble Bruce has been in. We've simply been friends since we were kids.
And you and he were together tonight when your wealthy uncle was probably both shot and kidnapped by 2 men. Sit down, Mr. Lawrence. I'm going to ask you some questions that aren't just routine.
Captain Logan thinks Dizzel's nephew, this Neil Lawrence, had something to do with his uncle's kidnapping, huh, Kate?
He's about convinced that Lawrence and his pal Bruce Madden, Jr. had everything to do with it, Ethelbert.
Police checkup shows that Lawrence and Madden left the Globe Theater about 11 o'clock, and they didn't show up at the Bristol Club until after 12:30.
The shots inside Dizzel's place were heard at 11:30.
But why should this Lawrence put a snatch on his uncle? And who's Bruce Madden, Jr.?
Oh, don't you ever read the papers, Ethelbert?
Oh, sure, Miss Williams, but... Oh, Bruce Madden, Jr. is the playboy son of that rich millionaire.
Yeah. Several months ago, Madden Sr. washed his hands of the young screwball and cut off his supply of easy money. And young Madden tried to extort money from his father. Now, Logan figures that he and Bruce Jr. got desperate for the old green stuff and put the snatch on Dizzel in order to get it.
It listens to me like he figures right. Has he put Lawrence and Madden under arrest yet?
No, because he hasn't got any real evidence. They're being watched every minute, though.
Well, Neil Lawrence doesn't look to me like a kidnapper.
He's a good-looking young guy, Ethelbert.
Well, now, that has nothing to do with my opinion. We're not even sure there's been a kidnapping.
No, not yet.
Until there's some proof, such as a demand for ransom, I'm going to believe, well, that Neil Lawrence is simply a victim of circumstances.
Henry. It's 6:30, Henry. Haul yourself out that bed.
Okay, Luella.
Well, we got to get breakfast for Mr. Lawrence now, so hop into your clothes while I go upstairs and fetch in the milk.
Why don't that milkman leave them bottles in front of our basement like he used to?
Because told him not to. Dogs come sniffing down there. Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Luella?
It's time to get up.
I haven't been to bed.
Oh, because you're so worried about your uncle. Well, Mr. Lawrence, here's a letter addressed to you.
A letter?
Yes, it was lying half under the door when I took in the milk. It's got no postage stamps on it.
Well, let's see it.
Mr. Lawrence? Mr. Lawrence, you look funny. Is there something in that letter about your uncle?
It's from my uncle.
From Mr. Dizzel?
Yes, I must phone the police. Letter tells me he's being held by kidnappers and that I must raise $150,000 to ensure his safe return.
Yeah, you and Miss Williams can look at the ransom letter, Casey, but not a line about it in your paper until I say okay.
It's off the record, Logan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He even tells Lawrence how to raise the money. He's to pledge or sell securities and books and borrow whatever else is required. You sure this letter is in Dizzel's handwriting?
It's authentic. We've checked on that.
And someone came here during the night and stuck it under the front door.
Miss Williams, Lawrence stuck it under the door from inside. 4 of my best men were watching the outside of this house, and they say no one came near that door except the milkman.
Well, maybe the milkman.
We're investigating him, but Lawrence is our guy, plus young Madden. Now, last night they forced Dizzel to write this letter. Then, sometime before morning, Lawrence slid it under the street door for Luella Clarence to find when she went for the milk.
Annie, it looks like the good-looking Mr. Lawrence all the way. Well, you'll let Lawrence raise the ransom dough, then, according to the instructions of this letter, Lawrence.
Yeah, he's out on that job now, trailed by my guys and 2 FBI agents.
FBI?
I notified the feds the moment this letter proved we had a kidnapping case. And they've been nice so far and haven't taken it completely out of my hands.
Excuse me, gentlemen, and Miss Williams.
What is it, Mrs. Clarence?
Well, I got to think that maybe you all come up here without having much breakfast and would like some hot coffee.
Coffee?
Hey, I would.
Oh, me too.
Well, I got some percolating back in the dining room.
Lead us to it.
Come on. You know, the dining room is just behind this room. But you got to go out and around this hall to get to it. This shop here used to be the parlor before Mr. Dizzel had it built into a bookshop.
Did you work here when it was just a residence, Luella?
No, Mr. Casey. Henry and me come here to work about 6 years ago, just a little before Mr. Lawrence did. And Mr. Dizzel, he had the place changed for his bookshop long before that. Well, sit down at that table and I'll serve you coffee and sandwiches.
And sandwiches?
Oh, they're just made out of odds and ends I had in the icebox. I was going to open up some canned ham and chicken to keep for emergencies, but I found that man who might have ate them up.
Your husband's an icebox robber, Luella?
Henry declares up and down he didn't touch nothing, Miss Williams, but he's lied to me before. Here's your coffee.
Oh, Luella, you're a friend in need.
And,
yeah.
Dig into him. I got the makings for more.
You're entertaining a mob who won't hesitate to ask for more, Luella.
Well, that's the kind of people I like to feed.
It's pickles for me.
Yeah, it's some fireplace you have in this dining room.
Isn't it a beauty, Casey? It's so big.
Oh, poor Mr. Dizzel loved that old fireplace. But it burned up so much wood. My Henry got miseries in his back from toting it.
Napkin, Logan.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, there's a telephone. Excuse me.
Oh, you have an extension here in the dining room.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dizzel put extensions all over this house. Hello? Yes, sir. Oh, just a minute, sir. It's for you, Captain Logan. Your headquarters calling.
Thanks. Hold this pickle, Casey.
Got it.
Logan speaking. Identification positive? When was he found? How long have you been dead? I'll leave Sergeant Martin in charge here and get right up there.
What is it, Logan?
Yeah, what's up?
Quite a coincidence. Another dealer in rare books, a guy named Vladimir, has just been found shot to death in Eastview Park. And according to the medical examiner, he died at about the same time last night that Adam Dizzel was taken from this house.
And to make the coincidence more coincidental, Ethelbert, it appears that this second book dealer, Vladimir, was killed with a .38 slug of the same type used in the Dizzel shooting.
And he wasn't killed at the spot in Eastview Park where his body was found. No, the medical examiner says that the corpse was thrown out of a moving automobile.
What kind of a book dealer was this Vladimir?
About as different from Dizzel as a piece of glass is different from a diamond. Dizzel's a big-timer with an A1 record, while this Vladimir character has been indicted several times for having stolen books in his possession.
From what you've told me, I can't see any real tie-up between his murder and the Dizzel job. The way that ransom letter was found nails Lawrence for his uncle's kidnapping. And it ain't possible that he and his pal Madden could have been shooting up this Vladimir at the same time.
Now, the evidence against Lawrence is purely circumstantial, Ethelbert. Oh, I got some cleanup work to do at the office. You coming over, Casey?
No, I'm through for the day, Annie. I'll wait around for you here, huh?
Okay. See you both later.
So long, Miss Williams.
Wish I knew more about the rare book racket. I don't trust coincidences, Ethelbert. There must be some connection.
Hey, Ethelbert, how about a little service?
Oh, I'll be right with you, Mr. Evans. Excuse me, Casey. I gotta wait on a customer.
Yeah, sure, pal. Go ahead.
Hello, Casey.
Huh?
I've been waiting and watching for you to be alone.
Yeah? I don't think I know you, brother.
And I've lost weight and considerable hair since the last time you saw me. Prison never agreed with me.
Hey, wait a minute. You're the guy that used to call yourself Professor Ishka.
Yes, quite.
Well. When'd you get out? I'm glad to see you.
Only last week.
How do you know? Captain Logan and I were talking about you only a few days ago. Running into you now, Professor, is like the answer to a prayer.
Well, this meeting is not accidental, Casey. I've been trying to reach you all day.
Yeah? Why should you want to?
I want to talk to you about Adam Dizzel and Paul Vladimir.
Uh-huh. Well, coincidences do happen. What do you know about those two?
I was in their racket.
Yes, I remember.
But you may not recollect a stolen autographed copy of the first and only edition of Mrs. Browning's Sonnets by E.B.B. was responsible for my most recent experience as a guest of the state.
Yeah, it's because I recollected your specific talents.
Wait till there's a vacant table in that corner. It'll be just as well if certain people don't see me with you, so I'll talk fast.
Okay, go ahead.
Casey, I'm not a stoolie, so I can't go to the police. But I've got to get a guy, and you can help me.
Talk straight, Professor.
Is this straight? Paul Vladimir was my brother.
Huh?
And Adam Dizzel killed him.
Dizzel killed Vladimir?
Yes. Casey, the rich and respectable Adam Dizzel, the reliable expert, has been the biggest fence in the hot book racket for 20 years.
Are you on the level?
100%. Dizzel has also been the biggest double-crosser in the racket. My brother Paul and two other gentlemen, whose names you don't have to know, went to his place to collect for some hot stuff they'd passed him on consignment. He sold the stuff, but he refused to pay. He'd attempted that sort of thing before. Paul swung a punch at him. Dizzel thought the three were about to gang up on him, which they were. So he pulled a gun and began shooting. Paul got a bullet in the chest. The others carried him out and went away fast.
It was Vladimir, not Dizzel, who was taken away in that black sedan.
Yes. When Paul died in the car, his friends couldn't risk being found with his body. They had to dump him in the park.
What happened to Dizzel after the shooting?
He took a run out, of course. There wasn't any kidnapping.
Why have you told me this?
Casey, I'm an ex-convict. My word is worth nothing to the police. And, to preserve my criminal standing, of course, I don't dare talk to him anyway. I don't know where Dizzel is hiding out, but with the information I've given you, I think you can find him and see that he pays for the killing of my brother.
I'm going to be pretty sore if this turns out to be a bum steer, Professor.
Casey, believe me, I'm leveling all the way.
you who told me this, Logan, but I'm convinced the story's a straight one.
And if it is, Dizzel's deliberately playing up his supposed kidnapping in order to collect $150,000, so he'll be well heeled when he starts for South America or wherever he plans his permanent hideout.
Sure, and his nephew's probably in on the deal.
Yeah, but if Dizzel was dealing in stolen books, we should have found some in his house, and we didn't.
And he must have another joint somewhere. Maybe that's where he's keeping undercover right now.
Yeah. Well, we'll just sit tight till he sends instructions as to how to pay over. Oh, nuts, that phone of mine never stops. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan. Yes, Sergeant. Yeah? Where'd you find it? No, don't open it. I want to see it exactly as you found it. And I'll be right up there. Come on, Casey. We're heading for Dizzel's house.
What?
One of my guys on duty there just found a sealed envelope addressed to Neil Lawrence lying on the sidewalk in front of Dizzel's place. This may be the instructions as to how to pay that ransom. It's a letter of instruction from Dizzel, all right, Casey, but not a final instruction. Here, read it.
My dear nephew, my captors demand that you bring the $150,000 I have begged you to raise to my house by tomorrow at the latest. There, it must be kept in readiness for instant delivery. Logan, come outside with me. I want to ask you, Sergeant, something.
What?
Come on, will you? Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, Casey?
Where did you find this letter addressed to Lawrence exactly?
On the sidewalk, right here.
Underneath the window of Dizzel's office, huh?
Yeah, it was tied to a little rock.
Now, Dizzel himself probably drove by here in a cab and tossed out the weighted envelope.
You kept the rock it was tied to, Sergeant?
On a case like this, we keep everything. Here it is.
Hey, that's not a rock. It's a piece of fire brick.
What's the difference?
Say, look, where's the nearest place you can get a tear gas bomb?
Tear gas? The 6th Precinct Station, a couple of blocks from here.
Yeah, well, have your sergeant get one, pal, will you? Quick.
Oh, look
I'll
here.
explain it in a minute. Now, don't waste time, please.
Okay, Sergeant, get a tear gas bomb.
I'm on my way, Captain.
You better get two.
Now, Casey, what's the big idea?
Logan, I think I know where Mr. Adam Dizzel is hiding.
Casey, if you're right about this, and I'll give you my shield, and you can teach me how to operate a press camera.
Takes a clever guy to operate a press camera.
And it takes a screwball to get your kind of nutty ideas.
You'll know how nutty my idea is in just 15 seconds if your sergeant does his stuff on time.
He will. This shop at Dizzel's is a modern place, Casey. You're figuring as though it was some old European castle.
Here's the first tear gas bomb.
It fell behind that wall, all right.
Straight down the chimney. There goes number 2. And have your gun ready, Logan. Our guy faces a murder rap, and he's got a .38.
Hey, that section of bookshelves, Casey, is swinging out like a door.
Yes, and our kidnapped book dealer is coming from behind him.
Drop that gun, Dizzel, and stick up your hands.
All right, but let me get air. Oh, that gas. Let me get air.
Let's all get fresh air, Logan. The tear gas has filled this room. Logan, I haven't cried so much since the Dodgers... Well, you know.
That fella Dizzel was hiding in his own house, Casey, in a secret chamber?
Secret chamber describes it too romantically, Ethelbert. When Dizzel had the living room of that old mansion remodeled into an office and a bookshop, he had bookcases built across the opening of a very big fireplace that was there. And that section of bookcase was hinged like a door.
And the fireplace behind it gave him a handy and altogether hidden little room in which to store stolen books. And when he suddenly needed a hiding place for himself, well, he had it.
He got plenty of air through the chimney, and at night he sneaked into the kitchen and got supplies of food and water. And he planted the ransom note under the door himself.
And his housekeeper told us that she thought her husband was robbing the icebox.
When did you start to get wise to the setup, Casey?
Not too long after I should have been. I'd noticed a big fireplace in the dining room and wondered why there wasn't one in the original parlor. And the door of the bookshop was found locked after the shooting, and I'd wondered why guys leaving in such a hurry hadn't had bothered to lock it.
And Dizzel had locked it, Ethelbert, to make sure no one could get in before he'd opened and closed his secret chamber. And he's confessed that his nephew had no part in the affair at all.
And everything finally added up when Logan said that Lawrence had put the dough in Dizzel's office safe. That was a logical place to put it, and it suddenly hit me that was what Dizzel figured and wanted, so he could come out and get it. Then when I saw the piece of firebrick that had been tied to the second ransom letter, I knew my total was right.
Yeah, but how did he figure he'd get away with that money when there was cops all around the place?
Well, he meant to climb up the flue of the big chimney and make his getaway over the roofs of adjoining houses.
Well, Annie, how about taking you home now?
Well, not tonight, Casey. I have I have a date with Mr. Lawrence.
Huh?
I knew he couldn't be a kidnapper.
Hey.
Casey looks like he ain't so sure about that, Miss Williams. Not so sure.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
In service, starting mileage 6,587, 6587. Officers Perkins and Good.
Check by 6:09 p.m. during night watch.
This is Don, Mr. reporting in service on the night watch. You're going to ride with us tonight. Just where, your guess is as good as mine. But just remember one thing. The people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, there is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to car 56 on patrol and your police recorder, Don Reed.
Control 1 to all units. All units in the vicinity at car 52 at 8700 Maple. That's 8700 Maple. A 211 just occurred. Ambulance follow-up. 52, your call code 3. 56, your call code 2, 6:14 p.m.
5610-4. We're rolling on a 211. That's a holdup. Ambulance has been dispatched. That indicates that someone has been shot or injured. In a matter of seconds, we'll be on the scene. what we're going into. The uniform car will be coming in from the north. We're swinging in from the south. Traffic is light tonight. Gives us an opportunity to check the incoming cars. Just an outside chance, but there's always the possibility to observe a fast-moving car which might be connected with a holdup. One more block to go. It's the liquor store on the corner. We're wheeling into the curb. Heading into the store. The motor officer just rolled up. Bill heard. Man lying on the counter. Blood flowing from a head wound. Broken bottles. Smell of beer and whiskey.
We got hammers coming in. Have you arrived?
I don't know if you got that. Victim has been hit over the head with a hammer.
But I wouldn't let him go. See, I had to fight him. He finally ran out. He went up Culver Boulevard running. Yeah. Man about 40, 45, sort of grayish-brown hair, and sort of blue clothes, blue suit on, light blue, and very extremely nervous. He ran up the street. Yeah.
Glasses or a hat or anything?
No, nothing.
Which way? By himself, what kind of a gun?
No gun. He hit me. I turned my back and he hit me over there with a hammer. He was going to hit me again, and I started fighting him and wrestled him.
That's not your hammer. How tall is he?
He's about 5'10".
5'10". Gray brown hair. 5'10". How much does he weigh?
He weighed about 160 or 70.
Which way did he go? North?
He went right up this way.
Now about 45 years of age.
In car?
On foot. On foot. Perkins is putting it out on the air right now. Motor officer is taking off to cover the area. Suspect is possibly on foot. District uniform car coming in.
Directions they go?
He went east on Culver running by himself, one man, white male American, 45 years, gray-brown hair, light blue suit, 5'10", 160 pounds. We have the hammer in here. It's not a armed robbery. It's 211 slugging.
Over to our car to radio information.
9-6 to all units. The description on this 211 slugging. Male white American, 45 years of age, wearing a light blue suit, gray-brown hair.
While the sergeant's sending that description out over the air to our other units in the field, let's get back into the liquor store here and check out the man who has been injured. Cameron of the district uniform car talking to the victim.
Anything around here?
He tested register and wiped everything he touched, except the hammer. I woun't let it go. And he says, I want your money. I said, I haven't got any. He says, I want it. So to pacify him, I said, well, let's get it on the register. And I kept holding on to the hammer, and so did he. So we came over this far, and he says, open the register. I said, oh, no, I'm not letting go of this. So I said, press the blue button. So he pressed the blue button, and the register opened. He grabbed whatever was in there, and so he grabbed, so with his other hand, he started wiping it out with a handkerchief, and I was getting kind of weak from the blows, so I started shouting at him, get out of here, get out of here. So finally he got scared and he ran out. I ran out, sort of dizzy-like, and I said, I better go call a car. So I did, and that was it.
And come home again when you see him.
Oh, yes, I saw him before. He's been around here, I'm sure.
Been around here, sure?
Yes, he's been around here. Because, you see, I recognized, I said hello, and he says, I said, can I help you? He says, oh.
How much money did you get?
He must have taken about 10, 15, 20... He took about $30.
$30 on your person?
No, he couldn't even touch me. I was holding on to the hammer. It's the minute since he hit me.
Oh, you're holding on to the high seat.
See, what happened was he asked me to get the beer, and I, like a fool, turned my back and started reaching for the thing. I just knew it was coming, and pow! He hit me with everything. I fell to the floor, and I was surprised I woke up. So I turn around, and there he is. He leaps down on top of me and starts swinging. I grabbed his arm, then I grabbed the hammer, and we started going around. We smashed the beer. I kicked him. So we both wrestled over here, and he asked me how to open this, and that was it. Then I scared him by saying, you better get out of here before someone comes in. And he left. But I still held on the hammer.
Think his prints will be on there, Sergeant? I don't think so, Don. It's a pretty rough hammer. It's an old ball-peen hammer. He got hit over the head. The blunt end of it. We'll take it down and try it anyway for prints. Well, let's hope. That sounds like the ambulance right now. Let's hope there are prints on that. Sounds like them rolling in now. Here they are. Here comes the ambulance rolling in. Two attendants coming into the store with a first aid kit.
Lucky he didn't kill me yet.
Examining the wound.
Chance to hit me as hard as he wanted to. Is it all right?
Oh,
Is it? Oh, swell.
Lieutenant Machado is over here now to take charge. Sergeant Perkins is bringing him up to date.
Lieutenant Olson, we notified that not as yet. The fellow who got hit here said that this man wiped all of his fingerprints off of everything he touched in here except for the hammer. Yes. The hammer's on down at the station. Right. And we can preserve that down there for Lieutenant Olson.
Right. Well, we'll get a teletype out.
Right. See if he got about, what was it?
Said $30.
$30 in cash.
$30 in cash.
Yeah.
Has Lieutenant Conlon notified you?
Not yet.
I'll notify Lieutenant Conlon.
Fine. Right on. We'll handle it from here and let the card make the rest of the report.
Let's get back to the car. We have the weapon with us. The hammer used by the suspect to slug his victim. It's tied to a string so as not to smudge any of the prints. So, let's get back to police headquarters and the Fingerprint Bureau. Here at the station, Sergeant Perkins is getting out an APB, an all-points bulletin on the suspect. Meanwhile, we're heading for the Fingerprint Bureau. See if there's anything turned up on the weapon yet. Lieutenant Olson and Officer Cameron are kneeling down on the floor, dusting the hammer. Let's see if they've done any good. Hi, Lieutenant.
Hello, Don. How are you?
Swell.
Good.
Any chance of any prints?
Well, I believe we'll have some partial prints here at least.
Golly, that looks like a good one up high.
Well, all that depends on what we can find when we left it. Stuff of getting it off of wood isn't too satisfactory, but there's a pretty good finish on this handle. It's practically new.
I noticed that that's a black powder you're putting on there. What type of powder is that, Lieutenant?
Well, it's specially prepared fingerprint powder made out of black. Oh, you get a lot of different things in it. Rosin, anything that makes it adhere to the fluid.
It takes on a sort of a grayish color now. Will you photograph? And I noticed there's several smudges coming out here and there. Will you photograph that, and the result will be a fingerprint?
That's right. And, of course, we lift it and preserve it in that manner. We take it off of the article.
Well, so far we have the suspect down to a local. The victim is a holdup. It says that he's seen the victim at least 3 times in the last 6 months.
In the area?
In the area and in the store. All connections with him have been in the store.
The victim, Don, has he gone home or is he back at work?
He's been taken to the hospital, Lieutenant.
The hammer certainly has prints on it. We'll have to check them against the victim. If he was wrestling for this hammer, his prints may be the ones that come out good on here. However, we'll be able to tell as soon as we get the victim's prints.
Yeah.
This string that was tied on that hammer to pick it up and to bring it in here was one of the smartest things that the investigating officer could do. Ordinarily, you see, or at least in fiction, the detective will pick an article up that he's bringing into the I Bureau, into the crime lab. He'll pick it up in a handkerchief or a piece of paper, And that definitely ruins, or stands a good chance of ruining the twin. But the way this was prepared, tying a string around so that it would balance, and he carried it in, not having touches at all, I'm satisfied that I have the prints of either the suspect or the victim, because they wrestle for that hammer.
Well, like you say, the bulk of it, I hope, is our boy.
That's right.
I hope so. Well, I want to head on down, so thanks a million, Lieutenant.
Okay.
See you later. Bye.
Let's get back to Sergeant Perkins' office, see what's doing.
Check out the marijuana? Yeah, we'll take a run over there. I know where the address is. Okay, I'll leave a report on your desk. Okay, right.
Hi.
Hi, Don. Well, we've done about all we can on that 211. Lieutenant Collins just called and gave us another assignment.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, he got a report back from a crime lab about some leaves found in a man's jacket. Seems it turned out to be marijuana.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to car 5-6 on patrol and to police recorder Don Reed.
In a moment, we'll be at the location where we are to interrogate the owner of a small dry cleaning establishment. Now, this is the information we have to go on. A man entered this store last week and left a jacket to be cleaned. An unusual tight leaf was found in the pocket, which aroused the suspicion of the store proprietor. Of course, this was only a supposition on the owner's part until he notified the Detective Bureau, and the samples were sent to the crime lab for analysis. Results? The leaves found were definitely marijuana. Well, here we are.
Our job now, locate the owner of the jacket in which the narcotics were found. Inside the store.
I'm Sergeant Perkins. Identification. Do you have some information?
Now, as to any further identification of who, what, or where,
phone call.
we're going to have to leave that part unsaid.
Phone call.
So, look on the local jacket in the pocket.
It was in the pocket. We sent it down to the Los Angeles County Crime Lab, and there was sufficient leaf on these twigs to show that it was marijuana. When we went across stems, it indicates usually one of two things. Either that the person that has the stems has access to the plant itself growing someplace, or that he has had sufficient quantity that he has refined or used the leaf and didn't bother to get rid of the stem. They don't smoke the stem, they use the leaf of the seed. It usually indicates a pretty big deal. It's not just an average run-of-the-mill marijuana smoker. Now, whether or not the boy is smoking it or pushing it or has access to it, that's something we've got to find out. We have run into some narcotics locally which some young people are involved in, and it may tie into it.
Well, if I can help in a way, I will.
All right, well, thanks a million. We appreciate your cooperation. We know where he works, so we're going to go over there and have a little talk with him. Thanks very much. Good night.
This fellow works around here somewhere, doesn't he?
Yeah, he works at the gas station right around the corner down here. We'll swing around in back and see if this car is there. If it is, then we'll go in and talk to him.
Yeah.
This is it right over here.
Yeah. See, is that the license number?
Yeah, that's his car back there. Let's go shake the car down. It's behind the building there. He can't see us.
Yeah. Okay. Suspect's car here.
in behind this building. Now they begin to shake the car down now to see if we can find anything that may indicate use of marijuana. Working now in the back seat.
3 seeds. 4 seeds.
Marijuana seeds?
Yeah. Right along the crack of the door here, see them? Let's see. See right here? There's one there.
Yeah.
There's one there.
Yeah. That means he's been blasting here in the car, doesn't it?
That's right. Look. See, there's one here and one here. There's 2 more there, right at the crack of the door.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take these 2 for evidence. We're going to leave these 2 in here.
Right.
So when we get the boy, we're going to show him that we found some seeds in the car.
Right.
Got it?
Check.
Okay. Let's go around and have a little talk with this fellow.
Right.
It's a cat.
What is that?
It's a cat.
Is that what it is?
He knows we're coming now, anyway.
Boy, gosh, it jumped like I was shot. I'll get around the building here now. Service station is directly ahead. Let's move across the lot now to where the suspect is working.
You the fellow that owns the car out there in back?
Yeah.
We're police officers. Step inside. We want to talk to you.
Moving into the building. Suspect appears rather nervous. Short, heavy build. Hands covered with grease. He's wiping them off in a rag. Reaching for a cigarette.
Ready? Black sedan. You driving it tonight? Huh? You're the one that drives it? Huh? No one else drives it, huh? See those 2 little seeds? They came out of your car tonight. There's more of them still in the car. That's marijuana. You want to start telling us about it, or shall we tell you what we know?
Well, sir, I haven't had anything to do with it.
You haven't?
I used to run around with fellas that have, but I haven't myself. Because I haven't gotten in any trouble at all.
I'm not saying you got into trouble. I'm telling you had narcotics. You use them, you blast.
Oh, sir.
Found these marijuana twigs in your coat pocket. These marijuana seeds in your car, there's more of them in there. I'll take you over and show them in your car. What about it?
Well, sir, those don't belong to me.
Where'd they come from?
Well, I don't know. There might have been somebody got in my car or something.
There might have been. But there wasn't. You take that car of yours and turn it over to the state. Then find it on the narcotics violation. The state will seize it.
Well, sir, those seeds, I haven't the faintest idea how they get in there. I used to do that, but it's been about 4 or 5 months since I have.
When's the last time you blasted?
Locked in.
What made you stop?
I just have decided that it's not doing me any good at all.
How do you get your stuff from? Who?
Well, what I used to do, we used to just go down to Mexico then.
What about you, Mexico?
Tijuana.
Who's we?
Oh, me and anybody else that could go.
You blast from your car?
We did it a couple of times.
On her back seat.
Back seat, I think.
Well, we found seats in the front and back.
Well, I don't know how I got in the back seat.
Well, you're in a spot right now. Well, when you go down to Mexico and get the stuff, what kind of stuff you get? Get it with twigs in it? What do you pay for it?
$15 or so.
How many roaches you make out of stuff you buy? I don't believe you didn't say the last time you blasted. Those seeds there are too fresh for that.
Well, somebody else was dropping in my car.
But don't you think it's a little unusual for us to, if you haven't blasted in the last 3 or 4 months, that all of a sudden we get an investigation on it? We start going. We find Marijuana in your car, marijuana in your jacket pocket.
I don't know why they would anybody would investigate me.
You're narcotics. Happens when against the law.
I was, but I'm not anymore.
How often did you blast?
Just on weekends, usually.
How many did you blast at a time?
Couple.
The state of California will seize any car which narcotics have been transported in. Because all they need is one little seed. We just brought 2 in to show it to you. We go back and probably get about 30 or 40 out of that car by the time we get through. That's a lot of cigarettes, a lot of roaches.
I'll admit it.
And you're going to be booked on possession charge. Possession of narcotics. Get your coat on. Let's go on down to the station.
Here at police headquarters, the officers are busy making out reports, so let's go on into the detention room and talk for a moment with the young suspect that was picked up a short while ago. Glancing through the bars, his father is talking with him. Apparently they're through, they're just getting up. Let's go on in. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your arrest. Would you like to discuss it?
Yes, I would.
Let's come right to the point. Why did you start smoking marijuana?
Well, I think it just, sometimes you feel, there's not much to do, and it doesn't seem to do much for you, and I don't know, I guess it was just something to do.
Mm-hmm. How does smoking one of these marijuana cigarettes affect you?
Well, it just kind of shuts things out from you. So it just has sort of a deadening effect. It doesn't, things aren't as sharp or as clear as they usually are.
Did you try to use this as a means of escape from everyday problems?
Well, I don't think that was the reason I started. I guess I got running around with the wrong friends, and it was just everybody seemed like that was doing it.
Okay. I want to talk with your father for a moment. Sir, in just a few moments, this young fellow will be transferred down to juvenile hall, where he'll be held pending court action. How do you think he got started smoking marijuana?
Curiosity, probably. And if curiosity was what led youngsters in the teenage group to try marijuana, why doesn't that same curiosity take them to juvenile hall to see some of the results? I just hope maybe they'll try that rather than the marijuana.
Thanks very much.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually occurred on The Night Watch. And now back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
The suspect in the robbery and assault case tonight is still at large. Our Detective Bureau is continuing the search, and every police department has been alerted to watch for a suspect answering his description. When this suspect is taken into custody, he will be charged with 211 Penal Code, the penalty of which is not less than 5 years. In the final case, where a young man was charged with violation of the State Narcotics Act, the subject was booked on Section 11502 of the Health and Safety Code. Even more important than the arrest of this suspect was his personal realization that further contact with marijuana could lead to his possible addiction of an even more dangerous narcotic such as heroin and ruin his entire life. Night watch is the result of many grueling hours of work and exposure to considerable danger to take you to the scene of action. But we are doing so for a purpose. You are hearing for the first time the decisions and problems your law enforcement officers must face in the field. If we succeed in bringing this message to just a few, then we are accomplishing our purpose in presenting Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, and is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
You think you got the step now, Betty Lou?
Yeah. Only I'm not sure. Let's try it once more, Eddie.
Okay. I'll set the tempo. You come in after. Ready?
Uh-huh.
All right. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. Let's quit. Now, you missed it again.
I'm sorry. I guess my brain's on in my seat. Let's try it once more. I won't miss it this time.
Well, what's the use of trying it again? So you'll get it this time, you'll miss the next.
Oh.
I will never make it, Betty Lou. We might as well quit right now.
Quit?
Sure, quit.
Oh, no.
Well, what do you think this is, fun? Rehearsing in a joint with no mirror to watch ourselves, no piano, no nothing? Trying to teach you a sock routine when you can't even do a simple routine. What is this, fun?
Well, it isn't fun for me either, Eddie.
Well, right now I'm selfish. I'm worried about me. Right now you stay here and practice that routine. I'm going out for a sand.
Oh, well, bring me one, Eddie.
Get it yourself when you're finished.
But aren't you coming back?
I don't know. I ain't sure.
Maybe I better make up your mind for you. You're coming back, Eddie. And you aren't going to be too long either.
Well, what makes you think so?
I'm telling you. That's what makes me think so. Don't try to walk out on me, Eddie. It isn't smart and it isn't healthy.
Oh, the sweet little gal's getting tough.
I used to be a sweet little gal before I met you. If I'm tough, you made me tough. So don't try walking out of it. Just make sure you come back.
Or
the next dance you do is going to be at the end of a rope.
Hello, Eddie. Hi. What can I get you, Eddie? Throw one for me. Black, Danny. Sure, Eddie. Throw one for you, Black. How's your business, Eddie? Why ask me? Why ask you? Who else would I ask? Okay. Gee, Eddie, you've been up there in front of people, hoping, listening to them applaud. That's living, Eddie. That's really living. What happened to the coffee I ordered? Coming up. Hey, how's Betty Lou? She all right? She sure is a swell kid. She's real show business, she is. Gee, how I wish I could be... Dan, the coffee. Hey, throw one in the dark. Sometimes at night, I kind of imagine this restaurant is a stage-like, and I'm only acting of being a waiter. I guess that's just another kind of dreaming, isn't it, Abe? Yeah, I guess. Look, Dan, I got a problem. Now, how about...
room at this table for one more?
Oh, hello, Joey. Sure, sit down.
Yeah.
I'll go get you your coffee, Eddie.
Hey, aren't you going to wait and see what I'll have?
You decide what you want. Yell it out yourself. You ain't in show business. I don't have to wait on you. What a character that Dan is, huh, Joey?
Yeah, sure is. Well, how's the dance team going, Eddie?
It's going bad. What's going with you?
Well, I got a new little gimmick that's paying off kind of cute.
Oh?
Guy named Euclid taught it to me. Mathematical trick.
Euclid. Didn't he do a mind-reading act in Bordeaux?
Euclid was a Greek.
Well, I think this guy I'm talking about was a Greek, too. He worked with a black boy.
Euclid's been dead 1,000 years.
Oh. Couldn't be the same guy, then.
Yeah, nice figuring. Now, look at it. Huh? I get a sucker to put any three numbers down on a hunk of paper. Then underneath them, he reverses a number and subtracts.
So?
Then he gives me the last number of his answer, and I bet him I can tell him the first two.
Well,
everybody bets. Match. They know I didn't look at their numbers, and I collect.
Well, you're kidding. That's a cinch. All you got to do.
Shut up. Shut up or I'll break your neck.
What's with you, Joey? All I was doing was telling you how that thing works.
Yeah,
The guy used to do it in vaudeville. Showed it to me. Any three numbers, you reverse them. Out.
Shut up, Eddie. Stop wising up the suckers. I'm good for a couple of $100 a week betting guys on this gimmick. Now, don't spoil my racket or I'll spoil your kisser.
No, I'm sorry. I can't talk to him right now. Philo Vance is in my office. Tell him I'll call him back. Bye. Sorry, Vance. Where were we?
No reason to apologize, Mark.
Well,
any time a private investigator drops in to see the district attorney, he expects interruptions. We were discussing some complaints you said you've been getting.
Oh, yes, of course. It seems that some people have called and mentioned a fellow named Joey Sanders who has a mathematical gimmick of some sort. You take any three numbers, reverse them, subtract, tell him the last number of the answer, and he tells you the first two. How's that done, then?
Oh, it's very simple, Markham. In fact, there's a much cuter trick with 4 figures. You see, all mathematics is based on the figure 9. Now, remember...
I'll be right with you, Vance. I want to hear that. Hello, Markham speaking.
Hi, D.A. This is Heath, homicide.
Yes, Heath.
Got a murder, D.A.
Murder?
A fellow named Eddie Stone, a dancer.
What have it entailed?
He'd been knifed. Found him in a deserted section of town. No fingerprints, but we've got one clue. And I'm picking up a girl who was his dancing partner. Name's Betty Lou Taylor.
Uh-huh.
You want to come down and question her?
I'll meet you at your office in an hour. Philo Vance and I were just discussing a mathematical formula. I'm sure he'd much rather figure who killed Eddie Stone.
No, I don't know, Sergeant Heath. I tell you, I don't know who killed Eddie.
And I tell you, you do.
No.
Now, look, Miss Taylor, this is my job. This is my office. I'll keep you here with me all week if I have to.
Please.
You know something about the murder of Eddie Stone, and I'm going to find out what it is.
I don't know anything about it. I danced with him, and that's all. I didn't kill him, and I don't know who did.
I know differently. You were at the scene of the murder. We know definitely you were there.
I wasn't. I wasn't near the place. I didn't know Eddie was dead until you came for me. Oh, please, leave me alone. I can't tell you anything I don't know.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham. Hi, Vance.
Heath, it's the young lady who told me about on the telephone, Heath.
Yeah. She says she didn't even know the guy was killed. But what she really doesn't know is that we can put her right at the scene of the murder.
No.
How, Heath?
We found a girl's footprint right near the body. That's how. Now, footprint is the same size as this girl's shoe.
No.
No, she says. Yes.
Heath, that's hardly conclusive evidence. A footprint of a woman's shoe isn't completely incriminating.
This one is, D.A. This girl's a dancer. Footprint we found had a mark on the toe and the heel. You know what made that mark? Toe plates and heel plates.
Toe plates and heel plates?
Yeah, and who wears toe plates and heel plates?
Well...
Only a dancer. Now, Miss Taylor, will you still deny that you were at the scene of the murder?
Isn't it rather unusual for a dancer to wear her dancing shoes out in the street?
Well, you can't...
No, Mr. Vance. Not if it's the only pair of shoes she has. I was there.
Oh.
I saw Eddie's body after he was killed. We quarreled, and I went out looking for him. And I found him. Dead. I lied about it because I wanted to keep out of all this.
That's your story.
No.
You found him and you killed him.
No, I didn't.
There's no need of you wasting your time here, D.A. I'll have a confession out of this girl in an hour.
Vance?
Well, apparently Heath doesn't care how I waste my time. I think I'll take a look into this case.
What for, Vance? I tell you this girl did it.
Perhaps. But maybe I don't care how I waste my time either, Sergeant Heath. Maybe if I spend a few hours, I can save the state a lot of trouble.
You mean all I have to do, Joey, is think of a card, and you'll tell me what the card is?
That's right.
You can't do it.
How much says I can't do it, Sam?
$1.
$1? Are you kidding?
No.
I wouldn't try to read a mouse's mind for $1. You make it 5, and I'll show you something that you never saw before in your life.
I never have to tell you the card. All I do is think of it, and you'll tell it to me.
$5 says I can do it.
Okay, you got it. I'm thinking of a card. What is it?
Oh, wait a minute. You're going too fast.
Okay.
Now, first, the card has a number on it, right?
Sure.
Take that number, double it.
Yep.
Add 1.
Got it.
Multiply it by 5.
5. Okay, I did it. What's my card?
Wait a minute, pal. Relax. You got that number, right?
Hmm.
Now, if your card's a club, add 6.
6.
If it's a diamond, add 7. If it's a heart, add 8. And a spade, add 9.
Hmm.
Got that? All right. What's the total?
92.
The card was the 8 of diamonds.
That's right. Hey, Joey, how'd you do it? Come on, tell me. How'd you do that? I'll give you $10 if you show me how it's done.
Are you kidding? Get lost. You dropped a fin to me. What do you want to do, live here the rest of your life? Now, come on, sucker. Move out before I slip. You tell anybody you were coming here?
No. I didn't.
Okay, stick tight. Who is it?
Mrs. Leeds, your landlady.
Oh, what do you want? My rent's paid.
Open the door, Joey, please.
Well?
Joey, why don't you be nice to me anymore? Why don't
Look, you. My rent's paid. You want me to move out when my week's up? I move out.
What do you want up here?
Oh, Joey, don't be mean to me. I don't want you to move. I want you to stay here as long as you want. Oh, let me come in, Joey. Oh.
So finally you see that I got company, huh?
Oh,
Congratulations. What's keeping you here now?
Please come out in the hall. This is important.
Oh, okay. Wait here, Sammy.
Yeah.
Well, what is it that's so important?
Joey, Eddie Stone has been murdered. I just heard about it on the radio.
What makes you think that concerns me?
You don't have to talk like that to me, Joey. I wouldn't say anything, never.
That's better.
Wild horses couldn't drag it out of me that you and Eddie had a fight today.
Eddie, you know about that, huh?
Oh, sure. But I wouldn't say anything about it, Joey. I wouldn't say a word.
Okay. I'll get rid of the sap inside. Come back to see me in an hour.
Mike's Coffee Shop, Danny speaking.
Hello, this is District Attorney Markham.
District Attorney?
Yes, District Attorney. Look, is there a man in your shop named Philo Vance?
There isn't anybody in my place right now, Mr. Markham. Not a soul.
Well, Vance is on his way there with a young lady named Betty Lou Taylor.
Betty Lou?
Yes. You know her?
Well, sure I know her. She's in show business, ain't she? If anybody's in show business, I know them, believe me.
Very well, I believe you. Now, look, this Miss Taylor has been released in Vance's custody.
Yeah?
I know they've gone to your shop. I want you to have Vance call the minute he comes in.
Sure thing, Mr. Markham. Sure thing. Bye.
Danny,
hey, Joey, you scared me. What's the idea of sneaking up on a guy when he's on a telephone? Gee, you scared me.
Danny, listen to me.
I'm listening to you, Joey, and I am listening.
Okay. Keep your ears open and your trap shut, Danny.
Hey, quit it. You've been to my apron. I only just put it on.
Danny, anybody comes in here and asks if Eddie Stone and I had a fight this morning, you say we didn't. You hear?
Yeah.
Now get me. We didn't have any argument.
Sure you didn't. I didn't hear any argument. Of course, I saw you slug him twice, but...
You didn't see me clip him. You didn't see nothing.
You better cut out, Joey. Somebody's coming in.
So this is the place where Eddie Stone used to hang out, Miss Taylor.
And that's Dan the waiter right there. Hello, Danny.
Hello, Miss Taylor.
Hi.
Gee, I was sorry to hear about them arresting you. If you ever need anything, if you ever need a friend to stand by you, just count on me.
Well, so long, Danny. I'll be seeing you.
Just a moment, my friend.
Huh?
My name is Philo Vance. Did you by any chance happen to know Eddie Stone?
Eddie Stone? Let me see. Yeah, I think I did. A dancer, wasn't he?
A dancer, wasn't he? He was the best dancer in show business. Present company accepted, of course, Miss Taylor.
Well, thanks. This is Joey Sanders, Mr. Vance. He knew Eddie. He knows everybody.
Joey Sanders. I know that name.
Well,
You're the young man who's been the cause of a lot of complaints at the district attorney's office.
well, I'm flattered.
Something about swindling people with a mathematical trick. The very old 3-number routine.
Hey, that's no swindle. I bet I can't name the first 2 numbers in their answer. I bet I can. Sometimes they win, sometimes I win.
Yes, of course, I know. That trick is awfully old and completely foolproof. If you take any 3 numbers, reverse them, and subtract them, the answer will always have a 9 in the center, and the first and third numbers will add up to 9.
Oh, so that's how it's done.
Gee, no kidding. Gee, he's smart.
Thank you, Dan. Now, suppose Miss Taylor and I escort you over to that table there, Mr. Sanders, where we can talk.
About what?
Eddie Stone's murder. You see, I think I know who killed Stone.
Hey, Vance, that's Danny. He's making a break for the door. Never mind, I'm near to him. I'll get him.
Joey's coming down. Oh, no.
I got him, Vance. I think I knocked him out when I tackled him. His head hit the floor.
Yes, I imagine you did.
Well, I guess you owe me one now, Vance. You said you knew who killed Stone. Well, the Stan character made a break, and I grabbed him for you.
You most certainly did. But I don't think I owe you anything. I don't remember ever saying that Dan here was the man I thought murdered Eddie Stone. This is District Attorney Markham. Our current murder case opened with the knifing of Eddie Stone, dancer. His partner, Betty Lou Taylor, has been picked up and released. And Vance, in an attempt to track down the killer, has made the acquaintance of Joey Sanders, a small-time swindler. Something about a restaurant called Mike's Coffee Shop and Dan, the waiter there, seemed to intrigue Vance. And he and I are approaching the place right now. What is there about this Dan that intrigues you, Vance? A lot of things. First of all, I want to know why he tried to get out of that coffee shop when I said I knew the murderer of Eddie Stone. Oh. Do you know who killed Stone? No. Believe me, it wouldn't surprise me if you did. Nothing you do surprises me anymore. Sorry to hear that, Markham. However, I promise you won't be able to say that with any honesty very soon, won't I? You know why I said I knew who killed Stone. To see the reaction of Joey Sanders and Dan. Exactly. Yeah. Well, this is the shop, and in one moment we'll be talking. What? Vance, somebody threw this coffee cup through the window. Somebody inside the shop. Come on, Markham. I'm with you, Vance. That's Dan, the waiter, over there with his head on the counter.
What happened in here? What happened to...
My head, my head.
Dan, remember me, Mr. Vance?
My head.
This is District Attorney Markham. We were outside when that coffee cup went through the window.
I threw it. A man wearing a handkerchief over his face was in here. He held me up, took the money out of the register. I threw the cup through the window, grabbed him.
Yes.
He hit me on the head with the gun and went out the back way.
Did you recognize him?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I want to think it over.
We'll report this to headquarters. One thing is certain, Vance. This holdup has nothing to do with the murder case we're working on.
Hasn't it, Markham?
I don't think so.
You said I couldn't surprise you anymore. Try this for a surprise. The holdup has a great deal to do with the murder, and will have a great deal more to do with solving it.
You don't like me, do you, Betty?
You really can read minds, can't you, Jeffrey?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Take it easy. I didn't come over to hear you insult me.
Only way for you to stop that is to leave.
I got a business proposition for you, Betty.
No, thanks.
But this is honest. And look what Eddie did. What are you going to do? You got to do something.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Now, this is what I got in mind.
Shoot.
I'll teach you card code. You stay here in your place, and I'll be out with a sucker.
Yeah?
I bet him I can dial a phone number, then have him show me a card, and the voice on the other end of the phone will say what that card is.
Huh?
This is how it works.
Yeah.
The phone rings, you answer it.
Uh-huh.
Now, instead of saying hello, you say clubs, diamonds, hearts, well, till I stop you by saying hello.
Okay.
Now, right away, if I stopped you when you were saying hearts, you know the card the sucker's showing me is a heart.
Yeah. But how do I tell the number?
Well, as soon as you know the suit, you start to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, like that. All the way up to the king.
Oh, I got you.
Now, when you get to the right number, I'll say, wait a minute, hand the phone to the sucker, and you tell him his card. It's a cinch. We'll clean up.
Isn't bad at that.
Yeah, see what I told you? Now, aren't you glad I come over?
Sure. But you're not going to be so happy. I don't need you to work that gimmick with. All I need is some stews to stand by a telephone.
You wouldn't kid around with me, Betty Lou.
No? Well, you wouldn't do anything about it, Joey. You wouldn't dare.
What?
The cops have it in for you right now, and I have an idea Philo Vance thinks you killed Eddie.
Well, maybe what you say is so. But all I got to tell you, kid, is this.
What?
You try and use that code I taught you, and you'll get what your ex-partner got.
Joey, please.
Not now. Leave me alone, will you?
Joey.
Ain't you got anything to do but follow me up these steps?
Please, Joey.
Well, doesn't running this room and house keep you busy enough?
Oh, Joey, all right.
No.
All I wanted to tell you was that there was a fellow in the room. I let him in.
What? You did what?
I let him in. He asked for you, so I opened the door and let him wait.
What did he look like? Come on, talk. Tell me.
Joey.
Was he a tall fella, good-looking? Philo Vance?
Who?
Vance.
No, it was the same fellow you had in here yesterday, the fellow Sammy.
Oh, that's different. Look, I'll come downstairs when I'm through with him. Wait for me.
All right, Joey.
Hello, Sammy.
Hello, Joey. You don't mind me coming here, do you?
Well, all depends on why you're here.
Oh, Joey, listen, I've been a fall guy for you for a month now, betting you on things and always losing. Give me a chance to get my dope back.
How do you mean?
Well, show me how you do that thing where I think of a card, then you tell me to add and multiply and everything, and then you say what the card it is. Let me get my dope back from some other sucker.
Oh, is that what you want?
Yeah.
Well, go away, Sammy. Get lost. Not a chance.
But I
hope I'm interrupting something.
Vance, what do you want here?
I want to talk to you.
Who's your friend? You're a cop. I'm no friend of his. I just came here to get him to tell me how a trick was done so I could get some of my dough back.
Shut up, you.
What trick?
Tells me to think of a card, double it, add 1, multiply it by 5.
And if it's a club, add 6. A diamond, add 7. A heart, 8. And a spade, 9.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets me to tell him the total, and he tells me the card.
I'll teach you that. In fact, I think I'll give it to the newspapers so that nobody will ever bet it can't be done.
The things guys who've got nothing to do think of.
Don't like that, do you?
Well, how's it done?
It's a mathematical formula. Whatever the total is gives you the card. If the total ends in a 1, the card is a club. If it ends in a 2, it's a diamond. 3, it's a heart, and 4, it's a spade.
How do you find the figure?
Whatever the first number is, you subtract 1. Understand?
Oh.
In other words, if the total is 64...
The card is the 5 of spade.
Right.
Nice wising up a sucker, Vance. You could be thrown out of the union for that.
I know. Joey, I came here because I just learned about a fight you had with Eddie Stone the day he was killed.
Oh, Dan told you, huh? Okay, so I clipped him a couple of times. What'd you come up here for? To pay me back?
I better get out of here.
You stay.
Okay.
No, Joey, I didn't come here to slap you around, although I'd enjoy that very much.
Big talk.
I just want to warn you not to leave town. at least for the next few hours. After that, after I prove what I'm going to in that time, District Attorney Markham may have a specially prepared itinerary for you.
What time is it, Heath?
It's almost time, D.A. Pretty nearly. Another 30 seconds.
We've got to do this exactly on schedule. Vance left explicit instructions.
And after we do, then what?
Then we'll know who killed Eddie Stone, and what's more, we'll have proof.
20 seconds, D.A.
All right. You ready, Miss Henderson?
Yes, sir.
That secretary of yours is always ready, D.A. She's solid.
I hope that means something good.
It sure does. Okay, D.A., now.
Pick up the phone and make the call, Miss Henderson.
Yes, sir.
I sure hope this works.
I hope Vance doesn't get into trouble. We're miles away and can't help him.
Mike's Coffee Shop, Dan speaking.
Hello, Dan. This is Betty Lou Taylor.
Miss Taylor. Gosh, hello, Miss Taylor.
I have a cold and my voice may sound different, but Dan, I want you to meet me right away.
What she whiz? What for?
Oh, for a lot of reasons. I think the police are going to figure out you staged the phony holdup in the store to get getaway money for yourself. I'm pretty sure they're going to know you killed Eddie.
What are you talking about?
Betty Lou.
Yeah?
That was somebody pretending to be you.
What?
That's right. Somebody said they were you. How could they know I faked the holdup and that I killed Eddie?
That was the cops. The cops will follow Vance.
Wasn't Philo Vance, my friends. I've been here all the time.
Vance? How'd you get here?
I've been in here for quite some time, hiding, of course.
What are you doing at that telephone? Who are you calling?
Nobody. But if you object to my being near the phone, I'll move away. There. That better?
What do you want, Vance?
You realize I heard enough of the conversation between you and Betty Lou while I was in hiding to know that you killed Eddie Stone, Dan.
Well, what if I did? Sure, I killed Eddie Stone and I faked the holdup.
Dan!
What's the difference if I tell him that? He knows it already. Isn't going to do him any good. What he knows and what he can prove are two different things.
What was the idea of that phone call, Vance?
It was a trap. I knew it would make you talk, and it did.
So you listen. Only it's our word against yours. See if you can prove I killed Eddie. Go ahead.
I don't have to prove it, Dan. You've done it already.
Oh, yeah?
The district attorney has your confession in your own words.
What do you mean?
Let's get down to see him, and you can hear yourself confess to murder.
It couldn't hear me just now. I hung up the phone myself.
Yeah, that connection was broken when Dan hung up.
Was it? In that case, suppose you come down to Markham's office and find out how he heard Dan confess. Throw the switch on that playback machine, Markham. I want to hear this before I bring Dan and Betty Lou in here.
Certainly, Vance. Here's the part you want.
Well, what if I did? Sure, I killed Eddie Stone and I faked the holdup.
Dan.
What's the difference if I tell him that? He knows it already. It isn't going to do him any good. What he knows and what he can prove are two different things.
What was the idea of that phone call, Vance?
Well, there's his confession in his own voice, Vance, just as you promised.
Yes, there it is.
Now, why did he kill Stone?
Well, he idolized Betty Lou. She probably goaded him into killing Stone and was threatening to walk out on her.
Yes?
She even went along to see that the job was done. That's why her footprint was at the scene of the murder.
You never forgot that, did you, Vance?
No, I knew it was important all the time. But I had to resort to a trick to get the proof we needed.
I still don't understand how you got Dan to confess in front of a telephone connected with this office so we could record his word.
He didn't know I had taken the phone off the hook, Markham. And even if he did know it, he wouldn't have realized that the connection between this office and the coffee shop wasn't broken just because he had hung up.
I wouldn't have realized it either.
In order for a connection to be broken, both parties have to disconnect. Try it sometime and see.
Oh.
The connection must be discontinued at both ends.
If you say so, it's so, Vance. And the only end I'm interested in right now is that this is the end of the mathematical murder case.
Calling all detectives. When crooked gamblers invade a carnival, when mob violence is ready to break out, could you halt it? That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. I, Jerry Browning, Private Detective, can recognize 100 con game tricks, but new ones are invented every day. As I followed Al Robertson, owner of the Robertson Carnival, through the grounds, I noticed that the rides weren't getting much of a play, but that little crowds were clustered around most of the take-a-chance booths. In the truck that served as his executive office, Robertson said,
"Browning, I'm worried. In fact, I'm scared stiff. My nose tells me that crowd out there is loaded for bear."
"If it is, it's your fault, Mr. Robertson. Why did you let those con men and grifters move in on you?" Robertson mopped at his brow.
"I had no choice. I had to get money or close down, so when Cowell made me an advance payment offer for the games concession, I grabbed it. Now I'm stuck."
"You've been here 6 days without any serious trouble. Maybe a concessionaire isn't operating as crooked as you think." Robertson shook his head.
"This is our last night, Browning. That's when trouble always comes. When the people have been fleeced, realize you're moving on, and there's no more chance to get even."
Robertson shivered.
"Hear that? It's a mob in the making. Browning, I don't know how you can do it, but if you don't head it off, there's going to be killing."
A carnival owner who had permitted crooked gamblers to move in on him pleaded with me to head off mob revenge. The roller coaster that thundered past had only 3 or 4 riders, but at one of the take-a-chance booths,
"Come on, folks, it's your last chance. We're folding in a couple of hours. Come on, double up and beat the house."
a gambler working the Wheel of Fortune held a sheaf of $5 and $10 bills between his fingers. If the sullen crowd murmur bothered him, he certainly wasn't showing it. I walked down through the grounds to the trailer where Jim Cowell, the game concession boss, had his headquarters. I had to identify myself to a pair of tough mugs before I could get to see Cowell, a pudgy, bland-faced spider of a man.
Nothing to worry about, Browning, not a thing. If Robertson has milk in his veins, I'll take full responsibility for getting the wagons out of here.
That's fine. Will you also take full responsibility for the people who get killed if a riot starts? Cowell's face darkened.
There'll be no killing. A couple of heads cracked, maybe. Nothing I can't square with a few bunks. Now get out of here.
Hurrying back through the grounds, it suddenly struck me that I wasn't hearing the crowd anymore. If there's anything worse than a sullen, muttering crowd, it's that same crowd when it isn't making a sound. Then it's about ready to act.
Come on, folks, only 1 hour to go. The last chance to get your money back. You, Grandpa, you're hooked for plenty. I'll give you a last chance. $1,000 a spin. Where's your nerve, Grandpa?
The old man the gambler was picking on moved in, and as he did, the crowd moved with him. A moment later, as though the shot were a signal, the crowd suddenly dissolved and fled. I caught one glimpse of the old man disappearing among some wagons. In his booth, the Wheel of Fortune man was slumped over his counter, slowly slid to the ground out of sight. From all over the grounds, carnival workers streamed to the booth. Cowell, the concession boss, and his bodyguards picked up the shot gambler who hung limp and dead in their arms. I shouted, "Where are you taking that man?"
"Don't bunny and Browning, I'll take care of my own people."
Two hours later, at local police headquarters, Cowell was bland and smiling again.
Chief, we're not pressing charges against anybody. My man isn't badly hurt, and, well, he had it coming to him.
The police chief looked puzzled. Plainly, nothing like this had ever happened in his town before. I said, "Chief, I think the man is dead. They've concealed his body. It's your duty to investigate."
Nonsense.
Do you think the rest of my men would permit anything like that? Chief, we don't want any trouble. We'll get out of town, never come back.
That's how it was. The police chief was so anxious to be rid of the carnival that he let them pack up and leave. And in Robertson's truck, a few hours later...
Browning, maybe the man isn't dead.
I shook my head. It was point-blank range. The killer couldn't have missed. If somehow he had missed, that mob would have torn the gambler to bits. Robertson's head sagged.
Well, close down the carnival. If I don't, it'll be the same thing all over again at our next stand.
Yeah? I guess you're right. A sudden thought struck me. The same thing all over again. I turned to Robertson. I've got an idea. Pull the truck out of line, over to the side.
Hey, what's the matter, Browning?
I think I've discovered Mr. Cowell's reason for being so sure of himself. The rest of the line of trucks rolled past us until Cowell's truck, bringing up the rear, came into sight. Now, Robertson, out in on Cowell's truck. Do as I tell you. I jumped out of our truck, dashed to Cowell's almost before it had stopped. I flung open the trailer door, and there was Cowell, his two mugs, an old man, and the dead Wheel of Fortune man, alive and without a scratch on him. Don't make sudden moves, boys. This gun is loaded with rail bullets.
Okay, Browning. So you got hip to it. Now let's talk business. We'll cut you in.
I grinned at him. Oh, Mr. Cowell, you're going back to Cedarville. You'll stand trial for running crooked gambling games, and they'll find some law on the books to take care of people who stage fake murders so that they can get away with all the booty. That is, if the folks ever let it come to trial. Cowell shivered.
Okay, you win. What's the price?
I made the price steep. Forced him to surrender his concession with the carnival and to give up the amount he'd gouged at the last stand from the citizenry. There was no way of returning that money to the individual losers, so it was paid to the local community chest. Like I said, you'll never learn con games as fast as people will think them up. It's a lot easier and smarter to keep away from them in the first place. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn. Let me give you an example. I was hired to find a thief, and I did, 1,000 miles from home. But first I found a lush with a Luger, a fresh corpse in the closet, and all because the only woman in sight wouldn't play fair.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Unfair Lady.
The knock on my office door was soft, almost apologetic. So when I mumbled come in, I was ready for something delicate and about as self-effacing as Uriah Heep. When the door swung open, I knew exactly how wrong I could be. The gentleman was maybe 40, gray at the temples with shaggy eyebrows and a military mustache, and built like a heavy cruiser with a pair of catcher's mitts for hands.
I'm Elliot Flory, Mr. Marlowe, Mr. Ira Bjornson's secretary. Are your services available, sir?
That all depends on what you and Mr. Bjornson want me to do, Flory. What's the job?
Well, specifically, sir, to catch a thief. May I sit down, please?
Oh, of course.
Thank you. Mr. Bjornson is being robbed systematically of diamonds.
Are they disappearing from a store he owns, or is somebody robbing his wife?
No, Mr. Marlowe. You see, sir, Mr. Bjornson owns and operates the Bjornson Mine, the relatively new but important deposit of kimberlite pipe.
Kimberlite which?
Kimberlite pipe, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh.
The geological term of the diamantiferous blue ground which yields the minerals.
Oh, of course, diamantiferous.
Oh, last November, sir, the 21st to be precise, You worked for Mr. Craig Norton, a mining engineer who lived here in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
He recommended you to my employer. Now, Mr. Marlowe, will you take the job?
I don't know. You still haven't said anything about the stealing itself. Is it a Bjornson representative here in Los Angeles who's coming up minus?
It's Mr. Bjornson himself who's being robbed, Mr. Marlowe, at the mine proper.
Oh, I see. And he wants me to, wait a minute. This diamond mine, wouldn't be in South Africa.
No, sir, it wouldn't. It's at Rislo. It's a hamlet 100 miles south of Nogales.
South of where?
Nogales, Mr. Marlowe. It's a city in Arizona, a few hours' drive from Tucson at the Mexican border.
Now, look, Mr. Flory, I'm a private detective in the city of Los Angeles who's at home in a barn, a back alley, or sometimes with a blonde. Not in rural Mexico, is that clear?
Oh, yes, sir, perfectly. Also, it's something that Mr. Bjornson anticipated. I refer to your reluctance to make the trip, sir. To Mr. Bjornson in Rislo, Los Angeles is the nearest metropolis where a dependable private detective could be found. To you in Los Angeles, Rislo is a new world.
Therefore,
Mr. Marlowe, these papers. The first is your plane reservation, De Luxe Passage, leaving tonight for Nogales, where you will be met and chauffeured across the border to Rislo.
You know, you tossed that off like it was transferring from the red bus to the E-car downtown.
It's less complicated, sir, I'm sure.
It is?
Now, these other papers, Mr. Marlowe, are both checks, each for $500. One is your fee, and the other for expenses, not including your air travel. Your decision, sir.
Oh, well, my decision, Mr. Flory, is that for $500 plus Rislo is plenty cosmopolitan for me. I'll go.
You'll go?
I'll go. At 8 the next morning, we dropped gently out of the clear sky over Nogales, where I was met by a short, round Mexican who ushered me into a car labeled Bjornson Mines, and suggested that I sleep for the next 3 hours, which was the travel time to Rislo, 100 miles south. So, after 30 minutes of panoramic dry, sandy hills and occasional cactus, I did. When I woke up again, it was better than noon, hotter than Hades, and we were parked at a filling station in Rislo itself, which could have passed for home if you happened to be a prairie dog. It wasn't until I had my eyes wide open that I realized that the man leaning on the running board inches away and staring at me like my eyebrows were on upside down was not my driver. He was shaggy hair all around an unshaven, unpleasant face that was home to a pair of warted eyes that said he was drinking himself to death. And when he talked, I knew it was on cheap rum.
You're the new mining engineer, maybe?
Yeah, I didn't know it showed.
Since you're an American, that means you gotta be an engineer.
Oh.
No other Americans come out this way. I'm an American myself, you know, from Philly. Good old Philly.
Yeah, it's a great town. What's for sale, hot transits?
No, just being friendly. Name's Calder, M.J. Calder. I'm staying over at the Granada Hotel for a while, first floor rear. Why don't you look me up some night, any night along about 8. I used to be an engineer myself. Might chew fat a while.
Yeah, we might do that.
So, well, I'll look forward to it. So long, pal.
When my driver and I were back on the hot dirt road, I was told the Bjornson mine was the open pit type, a deep hole about a half-mile in diameter in the middle of the Bjornson property, which was clearly circled by 11 miles of 8-strand barbed wire fence, which was guarded by 50 ex-GIM Mexicans who were under the iron fist of one Captain Juan Lufino. 20 minutes later, when we entered the main gate and were slowly driving up a neatly landscaped white pebble road, I got a different picture of life at the Bjornson mines. It was the residential side, plush and strictly Beverly Hills, and the sprawling red brick house past the green and white tile swimming pool to the guest house beyond. Inside, I found the multimillionaire himself. It was a bald 50 perspiring and shaped like a bowling pin.
At 10 o'clock last night, Marlowe, it happened again. $5,000 worth of stones. The 7th robbery in as many weeks, excluding, of course, the usual trickle.
The usual trickle?
$1,000 or maybe $2,000 worth a month. That stealing nobody can stop. The natives, the guards, visitors, everybody. But most of them we catch, Marlowe, because in the first place, our policing is very thorough. And second, to steal a rough diamond is one thing, but to get rid of it is something else again.
Well, tell me, Mr. Bjornson, these big thefts you're concerned about, do they all have anything in common?
Yes. 2 things, Marlowe. They always occur at night, and they are the work of somebody who knows my habits and has a good knowledge of the inside of my house. The big safe is never bothered. It is always some drawer or cabinet where I am keeping stones temporarily.
I see. And, Mr. Bjornson, has anybody ever seen this thief?
Last night, Helen Austin saw what could be the man running through the grounds at about 11 o'clock. She said he was tall with a lot of wavy hair. She said that he was not a Mexican. Oh, by the way, Marlowe, Mrs. Austin and her husband are staying in the guest house where you will be put up.
He works for you, Mr. Bjornson?
No, Kelly Austin has a mine of his own about 5 miles from here. Smaller than ours, but rich, nevertheless. Oh, this will be Captain Lufino. Don't mind if he appears unfriendly, Marlowe. He considers your presence here a personal insult. Come in.
You wish to see me, Senor Bjornson?
Yes, Lufino. This is Mr. Marlowe, the detective.
Ah. When Senor Flore came back this morning, Senor Marlowe, he spoke very highly of your reputation in Los Angeles.
Mr. Flore only talked to my friends in Los Angeles, Captain. Now, Mr. Bjornson, you were telling me about the Austins.
Yes, they have been with us for 2 or 3 months now, while their new house is being constructed at their own mine. Their last place burned to the ground. I would suggest, Marlowe, that you speak to her as soon as possible. Also, the captain here will tell you of some evidence that he found here on the ground last night.
No, Senor. It turned out to be nothing.
What kind of nothing, Captain?
A fountain pen, yes. It belonged to one of the office workers. Senor Barneson.
Yes?
Did you tell him about that Nat Campbell?
Oh, no. Marlowe, the International Diamond Exchange keeps us advised of the movements of the bigger black marketeers whenever possible. 3 days ago, we were told that a man named Nat Campbell, an American who was at one time an engineer, has been operating in Mexico close to the border.
Is there an accurate description of him?
No. Anything else you have to know, Captain Lufino will take care of you. Also, I am sure that the captain will be glad to show you to your room at the guest house.
Sir, it will be my pleasure to assist Senor Marlowe in any way I can. This way, Senor, please.
Captain Lufino's interpretation of assist was to hand my suitcase to a boy, point a thick thumb in the general direction of the guest house, and disappear. So after thanking him for his trouble, I went to my room, unpacked, changed into a dry shirt, which was damp again in 3 minutes, and then started for the suite on the opposite side of the building, where I'd been told I could find Helen Austin. But when I was halfway to her screen door, I stopped at the sound of a raised voice that I'd heard before. It was Mr. Elliot Flore, who was about to leave and unhappy about the whole thing. When I was close enough to see Mrs. Austin, I could also see why. The lady was blonde, deeply tanned, just a shade off beautiful, and almost dressed in a white linen shorts with halter to match.
I told you last night.
You're behaving like a fool.
Oh, am I? Well, you just wait a bit, my dear. We'll see who the fool is around here. Oh, yes. Marlowe, what are you doing out there?
Calling on Mrs. Austin. Why? Do I need a visa, Florrie?
No.
No, Mr. Marlowe. You don't need a visa. You don't need anything. Well, come in, won't you? Elliot was just leaving.
Yes, I have to be running along. I'll see you later, Helen.
I can't wait. Well, sit here, Mr. Phil, isn't it? Phil Marlowe?
Mm-hmm.
Nice name. You know, Phil, I don't often get to see a new face around here, so anything I can do for you will be a pleasure.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure the pleasure will be all mine. But aren't you afraid you'll catch cold?
Why? Don't you like this? I made it myself. I do most of my things, you know. Regional styles are too far behind New York to suit me. My husband, Kelly, says I'm clever.
Better than that, Helen.
Kelly, what?
You're resourceful.
You startled me. Darling, this is Philip Marlowe.
I know. Ira told me you were with us, Mr. Marlowe. Can I be of some help, possibly?
No, not at the moment, Mr. Austin. Right now I'm only interested in knowing if your wife here can add anything to a description of last night's stranger. Can you, Mrs. Austin?
Why, no. If there were anything else outstanding about the man, I certainly would have told Ira.
No doubt. But what about the run-of-the-mill things? His dress, the way he walked.
Like most men, Marlowe, he wore one pair of pants, one shirt. He had only one head. Also, like most men, he smelled of liquor.
Rum, maybe?
We all drink rum here. How about joining us in some after dinner? Long about 8?
thanks, but along about 8, I've got to be back in Rislow to see Mr. Calder. Ever hear of him, Austin?
Why no? Should I have?
I don't think so. No. He'd have very little in common with you people, with one exception.
Which is what? Yeah.
Rum, Mrs. Austin. He's crazy about it. After I left Kelly in what with one healthy cloudburst ad would make a great Sadie Thompson, I found Ira Bjornson and told him that I thought last night's stranger, one M.J. Calder, and Nat Campbell could be all one and the same, and that I would like to go into Rislow and check on just that, which suited him fine. So after apologizing for having just let Captain Lufino go off the evening in his car, he gave me the keys to a battered station wagon and wished me good luck. 4 hours later, when it was dark and I was in Rislow and walking the dirty length of the ground floor corridor of the Granada Hotel, which was darker, I had a feeling I was going to need it.
Yeah? Who is it?
Marlowe, Calder, the new man at Bjornson's mine.
Oh, fine. Be right with you.
Ah.
Didn't expect you to take me up so soon.
Yeah, well, you know the mines, Campbell. One's just as dull as the next, huh?
That's right. What did you call me?
Campbell. That's it, isn't it, Nat?
No. The name's Calder, M.J. I told you that today.
Yeah, and at the time I believed you, good old Philly included. Come on, Rummy, uncover the masquerade's over. Open up while you still can talk. What do you say?
Okay. Okay, ain't the biggest secret in the world. Here, sit down.
For keeps. Why, you lousy lush! You don't aim any better than you lie.
I had enough, I tell you.
All right, we'll see. Now, come on, get up. We'll start all over again after we check you once. Your kind usually has a nasty Luger tucked away someplace. All right. Now, what do you know about... Hey, Campbell, that stuff over there seeping under the closet door. The color isn't right for rum, brother. It's too red. Well, Captain Lufino.
Yeah, he said, Marlowe, so don't move. You'll be right with him.
Yeah, you see, I was right, Campbell. Your kind always has a nasty Luger someplace.
Marlowe, I didn't do that. I didn't kill him.
Oh, yeah, sure. He committed suicide in your closet and closed the door as a gag, I suppose.
Yeah, that's enough. I don't try to be funny. I didn't even know he was here. I was out. When I come back, I found him.
Campbell, that line retired with a flintlock rifle. If you hadn't parboiled your brains in fusel oil, you'd realize it.
But it's the truth.
I'll tell you what the truth is, cousin. Lufino had a piece of evidence to tab you as being out of Bjornson's mine last night at 11 o'clock. But he passed it off as a fountain pen that meant nothing because he resented me honing into his territory. Then he came here alone to put a pinch on you and get the credit. Only you dropped him instead.
That's a lie. And I can prove it for the best witness in Mexico, next to Bjornson himself.
Who are you talking about?
One Mr. Elliot Flory, that's who. I was in the Cafe Quilota last night at 11, and Flory saw me there.
No dice, Campbell. Flory didn't get in from Nogales until this morning.
You're pretty seedy for a big city boy,
Yeah?
man. You can check the bartender at the cafe and see if I'm not right. But right now, I'm going to put you away so I can get out of here. Now, turn around and walk slow. Out the back way and down the stairs. Go on, move.
What are you going to make my murder look like? Robbery?
Don't act so brave. You'll live because I figure you'll clear me one way or another, whether you like it or not. Now, hold it. That's far enough. Now open that cellar door. Okay. When you get out, don't waste time looking for me. I won't be around. So long, countryman. Don't hurt yourself. Oh, stop!
The cellar was as light and wholesome as a Parisian sewer. Even with the help of several generations of termites, it took a half an hour to break out. When I got upstairs again, it was deserted except for the late Captain Lufino. I went through his pockets, but they held nothing more exciting than battered cigarettes and some small change, but under the tight sash around his waist was a small green suede pouch containing 3 minute diamonds in the rough. I began to see what Bjornson meant by the usual trickle. Everybody, including the chief of his own guard, seemed to be in on the act. I dropped the pouch in my pocket and headed for the Quilota Cafe, where 2 American bucks and a nasty snarl at the bartender brought me the fact that Elliot Flory actually had been there last night. Had waited 2 hours for somebody who didn't show up, and then left. That made my next stop the mine. So I bounced the station wagon out of town, back to Bjornson's house, and started in. But a pair of bare shoulders above a snug linen halter intercepted me.
Hello. You're back safe, I see. Enjoy all the sights in our filthy, stinking little town?
Not much, Mrs. Austin.
You should have taken me along as a guide. I could show you lots of interesting things.
Like what, for instance?
Like the sky and the moon. I like things clean, soft. I like lights and music and people. I like you, Marlowe.
Save it. That buttons and bows routine is strictly your own problem. I've got work, and it starts with Elliot Flory. Where is he?
What makes you think I'd know that?
Because you two have been keeping close track of each other for some time. You're anxious to drop it, but Flory isn't. And now he's got a hold over you, and you're worried silly.
Well,
and
you
skip
did...
that, too. From what I know, I can fill in a very unpleasant yarn, and I will if I have to. So come on, baby, no dramatics. Let's have it. Where's Flory?
Marlowe, you're a louse. But at that, you're better than he is. Went over to our place of mine about half an hour ago. I don't know why he wouldn't tell me. Just wanted me to keep my mouth shut and left.
That doesn't make sense. Where's Mr. Austin?
My good husband is off somewhere checking on supplies, he said.
Okay, I'll pay a call on Flory right now. When I get back, baby, I'll have a lot of answers. So I advise you to wait up, huh?
Sure. When you're all through with him, do me a favor, will you, Mr. Tough Detective?
What, throw him back?
No, kill him.
After she said it, she stared at me for a moment and then turned and walked away. And from the bitterness in her face, I figured she had more on her mind than she told me about. But as I beat it around to the driveway where I'd left the station wagon, climbed in and wheeled out the gate, I forgot about theories and headed for the Kelly Austin mine in a big-scale diamond thief as fast as the rutted road and loose body bolts would permit. I'd barely gotten out of sight of Bjornson's house where from somewhere out of the truckload of shadows I was hauling in the rear end of the station wagon, the muzzle of a gun was shoved hard against the back of my neck and held there.
Pull over and stop, Mr. Marlowe, but don't take your hands off the wheel.
Austin, you're off your rocker. You've been working too hard.
Not so hard that I didn't get back in time to see you kissing my wife. You don't deny it, do you?
Well, for what it's worth, you got your subject backward, but never mind
Don't
that.
turn around, Marlowe. I'm sorry about this. I liked you when we met today.
Now, listen. We'll take this up later in detail. Right now, I'm after a guy who's been biting into Bjornson's diamonds, and I'm sure it's his own secretary, Elliot Flory.
Flory? Why, that's absurd.
Yeah? And what's more, he's currently up to something cute at your mine.
He's at my mine, Flory?
That's what I said. Now, after I've seen him, Buster, I'll be indignant with you all night if you like.
You're a clever liar, Marlowe, but it won't work. You're not getting out of this that easily. I'm going to tell Bjornson what you've done, but first, you cheap masher, I'm going to get some satisfaction out of you personally like this. Oh!
First one side of my head, and then the other exploded like Roman candles. I fell a long way out of the car door to the road. When I finally stopped falling and started back to my feet, I had a double handful of Mexico in my mouth. All the rest of it I could see looked big and black and deserted. The station wagon was gone, and so was my enthusiasm, and the picture of Marlowe on foot in the middle of the Mexican mountain looked pretty stupid. I trudged back toward the house. I stopped as a pair of headlights swung out the gate and slashed down the road at me. Came to a sandstorm halt.
Marlowe, what happened to you?
It's a long story, Mrs. Austin. The less you hear about it from me, the better for all of us.
What do you mean?
That Kelly, your husband, was watching when you wanted to show me the Mexican sky and the moon. Up there at the house. He was just a teensy bit irate about it.
Oh, is that all?
That's enough.
What about Flory in the mine, Marlowe?
How should I know? When I got tangled up as a heavy in this corny gaslight melodrama, Wait a minute. Did you put that jacket on since I saw you last?
Yeah, what's the matter?
Come over here in the light. Come on! Sure. Now, listen, Helen. You told me once sewing was your hobby. Did you happen to make this item yourself?
Yes, Simon. What's so important about that?
It's a long shot, but if it pays off, I'll catch both a killer and a diamond thief. I'm going to borrow your car, beautiful.
Wait a minute. I'm coming with you.
No, you're not. I've got to get Flory and stop a murder, and that takes a different kind of speed than you've got. So long, baby. With every jolt of the car, another Roman candle went off in my head, but I kept the gas pedal jammed to the floor until I saw the turnoff sign for the Austin mine. Then I cut the lights and pulled over. It was 400 yards up the side road to the gate where a Mexican sentry in a battered sombrero leaned against a post on a barbed wire barricade. I skirted him and followed a path outside the fence until I found the landmark I was looking for. There was another sombrero, and a few feet away, sprawled out, sleeping soundly from a blow on the back of his head, was its owner. 2 strands of the barbed wire had been cut. So I crawled through and up to the edge of the big pit. It looked black and bottomless until a tiny flicker of light down deep inside winked on for an instant and then went out again. That was my cue. But I was 15 tooth-and-nail minutes playing mountain goat on tiptoe down 150 vertical feet of ladders and catwalks before I was near the bottom and close enough to hear a pick biting hard clay. When it stopped suddenly, so did I. And listened with my .38 clenched in my hand. But Florey had been surprised by someone from the bottom of the pit. Not by me.
Austin, how did you... No. Don't shoot, Austin, please.
Why not, Mr. Florey? You found what you were looking for, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
And what precisely did you find? My mine has run out? That it's worthless? That I've kept it going only with stolen diamonds?
That's right. I suspected it. Now I know. You're the one who's been stealing from Bjornson. You bring the diamonds here, you salt your own ground with them, and then remine them as fresh stone.
And get the full market price, yes. But what do you hope to achieve with this information now, Mr. Florey? You realize that I have to kill you?
No, wait. I have nothing against you, Kelly. In fact, I have a proposition to offer you.
You're in a poor position to bargain, but go ahead.
Now, you'll never get away with killing me.
Won't I? I got away with one murder. Bruno. He would have found out about me eventually because I made a mistake last night. But that sot Campbell will take the blame for him. And right now, you're just another trespasser, so make your offer. Make it good. Go on. All
right. I promise you, no one will ever know about this. If you'll get out of Mexico and leave Helen here with me.
You dirt. I'm not going to shoot you, Florey. I'm going to strangle you with my bare hands.
I ought to turn my back and let you. Gas, cool's out. Drop it, Austin. Stand still, both of you.
No, it's too late for that.
You hit him, Marlowe. You got him. I think he's dead.
Yeah. And I got something for you, Florey. I hope I can get the slime off my fist.
Please, Marlowe, pour yourself another here. It'll help your headache to go away.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Bjornson. It's cooler out here than it was inside. It's better now, thanks.
I don't know. I am happy and I am sad both. You found me my thief, all right, but you lost me a friend in the bargain.
Mm-hmm.
And the way we live out here, our friends are as dear as our diamonds.
Well, there's one thing about diamonds, Mr. Bjornson. They won't go bad on you.
You're right there, my boy. It's hard to realize that Kelly Austin was our man.
Yeah, I imagine it is.
You said it was Helen's jacket that gave you the answer. How was that, Marlowe?
Well, Lufino was carrying a little green suede pouch. I thought it was his. But actually, that was a piece of evidence that he found last night. It wasn't until I saw Mrs. Austin's jacket of the same green suede that I realized the pouch must have been made from the scraps left over from the jacket.
I see. And since the wife sewed the jacket herself, that made the husband the logical owner of the pouch.
That's right. You know, in a way, you might say Helen's responsible for the whole mess.
How do you mean, Marlowe?
Well, it all adds up like this. Helen wanted diamonds bad. Her husband started stealing for her. Things went well until he almost got caught.
That was last night, huh?
That's right. Running across the lawn, Kelly dropped the little pouch. Lufino, who caught sight of him, followed and found the pouch with the 3 diamonds.
But Captain Lufino thought Campbell was the thief and went to Campbell's quarters in Rislo to force a confession out of him.
Mm-hmm. Kelly followed him, killed him before he learned too much, knowing that the rum-soaked Campbell would take the rap.
That Austin woman, she's got no business here in this desolation. She loves diamonds, but not in the rough.
No. She wants them around that beautiful neck of hers, with big city lights bouncing off them in all directions. But the lady wouldn't play fair to get them.
She's packing now. And Mr. Florey has already left bag and baggage. Even Lufino is gone now. You know, it's going to be lonely around here, Marlowe. I couldn't prevail on you to stay over a while.
No, Mr. Bjornson, I'm afraid not. I'd probably catch myself picking little pebbles out of every clay bank I found. The first thing you know, I'd be stuck here, too. Besides, what would Hollywood Boulevard do without Marlowe? And vice versa. When the driver who was taking me back to Nogales was finally ready, and we started out of the mines, I I took a long last look down into the gaping, dirty, lonely pit that was the Bjornson diamond field. And then, as we headed north and for the border, I settled back and thought about my own diamond field. The one that stretched out for 50 miles from the San Fernando Valley to Long Beach in blazing brilliance. Yet, in its own way, I knew it was just as dirty, just as lonely, and just as tough as the pit at Rislow. But it was my hometown.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Betty Lou Gerson, Hans Conried, Paul Dubov, Wilms Herbert, and Nestor Paiva. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
She had soft brown eyes and an accent, and she came to town with a job to do. But before it was done, death had struck 3 times. Then she was gone. And all because of 30 drops of pigeon's blood worth $50,000.
Later this evening on CBS, you'll hear a voice saying quietly, "A tortoise told a household pest, goodbye, goodbye." And MD said, "You'll pass the test up in the sky." Those words are a magic key to $53,000 in cash and prizes. Like to take a try at it? Then be waiting for Sing It Again, CBS's hour-long fun fest of music, laughter, and wonderful songs, later tonight on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington. United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Tonight, more in the case of the cold-blooded professor. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glass full. And what a delicious glass full. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money. Goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite, and America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember, why take less when Pepsi's best? And now, to Counterspy. It is doubtful if as many warning flashes ever went out about any criminal as were flashed by the United States counterspies concerning one Professor Emery Horn.
Professor Emery Horn is a mastermind of crime. He is a constant danger to all peaceful citizens.
Professor Horn murdered a counterspy agent with a special flat-handled gun strapped to his chest. He poisoned his housekeeper with poisoned candy. Finally captured by the counterspies, Horn arrogantly described these methods of murder in detail.
Tried and sentenced to death, Professor Horn was held in the safest penitentiary in the country, pending his execution. A few months ago, Professor Horn consulted the prison doctor about his badly infected upper lip.
You're quite a character, Horn. While addressing me, Doctor, kindly use my title.
Oh, of course. Professor Horn. Only who made you a professor?
The only person in the world who's qualified. Myself.
Mm-hmm. 4 armed guards, and still we're in the prison walls.
Within the prison walls, Doctor.
All right. Hold still now. I don't understand why your upper lip isn't healing. This is a bad infection.
I believe the lack of healing is due to hyperproteinemia. Prison food is lacking thiamine hydrochloride and niacinamide.
No? Really think you know medicine, don't you?
Pardon me if I speak medically over your head, Doctor. But then ignorance always irritates me. There's hair around that infection.
All right. I'll have to cover your whole upper lip with adhesive again.
How long were you a horse, Doctor?
I'm sorry if I hurt you.
Really?
I hear you made 6 attempts to escape in 2 months, Horn. Professor Horn.
How news does travel.
That's only 10 days more till you're transferred to the death house.
You have a morbid mind, haven't you?
No. I was only going to tell you that, ironic as it may be, those ulcers you had for so long are cured.
Through no doing of yours, Doctor, I'm sure.
Okay. Get going, Professor. Out that way.
Bugs. Ox. Are you awake?
These prison mattresses ain't ironed down, you know.
Well put, Bugs. This cell is getting on my nerves, too. You hungry, Bugs?
You said it.
Here's a sugar cookie I took from the mess.
You could steal the nose off the warden right while he was looking.
Here, eat it.
Thanks.
And put the crumbs in your pocket.
Why should I go putting cookie crumbs in my pocket?
You figured that one out, and I wouldn't have had to plan your escape for you.
Who's escaping?
Both of us. You one way, I another.
How?
You've noticed I've been bringing back little pieces of lemon from the main dining hall.
That's when I knew you was nuts.
In my mattress, I have an extra pair of prison pants. Lemons contain acetic acid, and acetic acid bleaches. I've been bleaching those pants with lemon juice, and now they're as white as any duck pants.
Sometimes I think you're a witch. Hey, where'd you pinch them glasses?
They're horn-rimmed spectacles, Bugs. You ever see a little piece of wire lying around in the recreation yard?
Sure.
Well, there are lots of little pieces like those, and I've been collecting them, winding them together, and bending them into these eye frames and earpieces. The next step was to unravel threads in the bottom of these trousers and wrap them around the strands of wire to thicken them.
Yeah, that's just right.
And then I had to give the strands a smooth surface. A paste of flour and water did that.
Yeah, but where did you get the glass in them?
Plastic crystals. stolen from the wristwatches of other prisoners. And with my new mustache...
Hey, now, wait a minute. You ain't got no mustache.
What do you think is under this adhesive tape on my upper lip?
You said you scratched your lip.
I did. On purpose. With a dirty pin to make sure the infection continued. My excuse to keep the adhesive on.
And all the time you were growing a mustache under it. Oh. Okay, so now you got white pants, a pair of specs, a mustache. But why go to all that trouble just to bust out over the wall?
Bugs, ever notice in the corner of our recreation room there's a pile of old building plans, blueprints of model houses, things like that?
Yeah.
At the right moment, I'll suddenly become a building contractor inspecting the building. Now walk right out to freedom and the execution of a plan I have in mind.
Holy smoke, Professor. You sure? You sure?
Having trouble, Bugs?
This pain in my insides. I feel like I'm dying.
Bugs, you aren't dying. That cookie was poison.
Help me. I don't want to die.
I can't anymore. That poison I made, scraps of garbage, bits of toothbrush handle, and soap is too strong and quick, Bug.
Then find out that you've done it.
Oh, no. The crumbs I made you put in your pocket, they'll prove you stole the cookie yourself.
All right. Dirty rotten.
Guard!
What's eating you, Professor? Hey, what's with Bugs?
I'm afraid it's my fault, Guard.
You killed him, Professor?
He confessed to me about a murder he'd committed the police never knew about. He was eating a cookie. He must have poisoned it. He must have committed suicide right under my eyes.
Recreation! Y'all get 20 minutes for recreation.
Listen, when we come to the corner, I'm ducking out into that little anteroom off the recreation hall. Cover my place in line so they won't miss me. I need at least 3.5 minutes. Now, the bleached trousers. Glasses. Adhesive tape off. Now, there's the mustache. Now the blueprints. And into the hall. 50 yards to freedom. 3 minutes left before I miss. Guard.
Hey, who are you?
I'm the architect's assistant working on alterations to be made in this prison.
Yeah? I didn't hear nothing about no alterations. How did you get into the prison?
By the entrance on the other side with the rest of our staff. Has this desk you're seated at always been located at this spot?
Yeah. 12 years now. Says I can watch this inside gate.
An automatic slide gate controlled from here?
No. When the gate's to be opened, I phone the main gate room and they push a button. Oh,
and this gate slides open. Will you demonstrate, please? My dear man, I'm in a hurry. I've got to know how these things work.
All right. Erickson, gate number 2. Open her up. Some architect guy. Yeah. Okay. Now she'll open. Well, there's your gate.
Fine. Thank you.
Hey, you want to see her closed again?
Yes, please. Slow it at 4. One more kick. That in there. Hey, you! You can't just walk out of here. I'm connected with a building contractor. You gotta sign out with me. Then I gotta check it to the main gate room. They check it with your signature when you sign in. Yes, all right. But first you've got to show me how this gate works. We're planning alterations. We may have to move this platform that you sit on. Oh. Well, the gate there is controlled by this button here. But the inner gate's controlled from the main gate room. Why is this one easier? They figure anybody who gets past that gate has a right to leave. Oh, we may have to change that. I want a closer look at the gate itself. Push the button now, please. Thank you. Hey, you coming back? No, my work here's all done. You can close the gate. Okay.
Helen, Harry Peters. Mr. Harding's not in his office here. I'll try all the departments.
Attention, all Counterspy departments. Is Mr. Harding on the main floor? Rush report for you, Mr. Harding. Rush report. Attention, all Counterspy departments. This is David Harding. I just learned that Professor Emery Horn has made an amazing escape from Aldolanda Penitentiary. All trace of him has been lost. All information having even a faint bearing on the professor. Rush to me, top priority.
Dave, I was sure we had the professor salted away for good.
He's fantastically clever, Peters.
Now he's loose again, a vicious killer.
But I smelled trouble during his trial, Peters. The amazing knowledge of legal tricks he passed on to his defense lawyer almost saved him from the chair. But we're going to get him again if it's the last case I ever handle.
I don't think I've ever seen you so angry, Dave.
He's killed 2 state troopers, a woman accomplice, a counter-spy agent, probably a fellow convict. I'm never going to give up on that man.
We haven't got one lead on him.
Then we'll have to start back at the beginning. Now, we know that for some years, Horn posed as a scientist and lived quietly in a small town in Illinois.
Where he killed the counter-spy. But, Dave, we fine-tooth combed that place at the time.
This time, we won't be looking for a clue in the ordinary sense, Peters, but some new clue to his character. We'll have to learn about the man from that old house.
Back to Counterspy in just a moment. But first...
Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi's best? No budget, no allowance, ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi's best? Yes, families like yours and mine, families all over America, they're all saying, why take less when Pepsi's best?
Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot. Tastes terrific when you're hot. More and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember...
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to Counterspy. An eerie, stormy night at the former hideout of Professor Horn in Illinois.
Dave, this old house is the best locale for a murder I've seen in years.
It was the locale of a murder, Peter. The stain of Agent Cameron's blood still there in the cut.
I know. That thunder. This musty, creaky old place. I'd hate to spend a night here alone.
I'll control your imagination, Peters. Let's stick to facts.
Gladly. Have we got any?
Well, I've been here in the study looking through some of these scientific books Horn left behind. Check with me and see if I make sense. All right. A book on physics, stresses and strains. Take this page.
Little drawings. Sort of doodles in the margin.
Scribbled probably while he was thinking over, digesting what he was reading.
Sketchy little drawings, aren't they? Unfinished.
Almost absent-minded. There's some on almost every page. See? I'll take another book at random. This one on biochemistry.
Nothing 8th grade about these books, is there?
Now, see this page?
More drawings of the same kind.
It's true of a dozen more of these volumes I've leafed through.
And Horn's a doodler.
A scientific doodler.
Well, Dave, how can we use the fact that it's a characteristic of Horn's to doodle in scientific books?
Well, Horn has this scholarly side to him. Now, wouldn't you think that everywhere he goes he'd want to consult scientific works?
But where could he, except in libraries?
Exactly.
To be more exact, scientific libraries.
Right. Now, first we'll check through all these books. We may find various definite types of doodles that occur over and over. We'll make photostatic copies and send a set to every library in the country.
But, Dave, this will mean asking librarians to watch all their readers. They're not trained for that.
Well, all library books are inspected every so often, Peters. The only tiny clue we need may be hidden this very moment in some library. If we only knew where. And if we only knew where Horn is now.
Hi there! Hi! Heading west, mister? Just give me a lift.
Okay, fella, come on.
Thank you, stranger. These desert flats are mighty lonely. Not many cars coming through. I'm glad you came along. Especially since I see you're, just about my size.
What?
Get out of the car.
Oh, stick up, huh? Okay.
I guess very well about your size, mister. Your suit will, suit me very well.
My suit? I'd rather you took my money.
I can always get money when I want it, Mr. What's your name?
Blake. Jack Special Delivery Blake.
The professional football player? What a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Blake. Take off your suit, please. Hey, but the next bullet won't go into the ground, Mr. Blake. It'll go into you.
Okay, tough guy. There you are.
Jacket, throw it into the car, please. Now the trousers. I'll need the shoes, too, please, Mr. Blake. And, of course, your car.
Hey, look, I'll die out in this desert in the sun.
True. We must be 20 miles from water.
Oh, be a sport, will you? Give me some kind of a chance.
A chance? Very well, Mr. Blake. We'll play a little game of my invention. Just remain there beside the road, Mr. Blake. Now, Mr. Blake, you start running. I'm going to try to run you down with your own car.
If I don't get you in 1 minute or less, you'll be perfectly free.
I can't outrun an automobile.
Oh, you forget your special delivery Blake, the best broken field runner in football. Start running, Mr. Blake. Any direction. I'll even give you a little head start. Good, good. Now, here I come. A nice turn, Mr. Blake. Just missed you. Keep on running. Too bad, Mr. Blake. Only 10 seconds more and you'd still be alive. But then I wouldn't have had your clothes and your car, would I?
Notice it, Peter? What? Well, I've got the 5 books Horn used on some 8 visits to the San Francisco Scientific Library, but the drawings don't seem the same.
It may not be our man.
I think it is. The characteristics are here. The little drawings are more definite and finished.
As if he had a definite plan.
It's a volume on explosives. Yeah. Page 287. Dealing with liquid explosives.
The drawings look something like bottles.
And a notation, 32 ounces.
That means 32-ounce bottles, maybe, but why bottles?
The bottles are an innocent way of carrying liquid explosives, aren't they?
A little bank vault, perhaps.
But there are no books here about vaults or electronic protection devices.
Well, here's a book on the scientific preservation of works of art. Paintings.
No, I haven't got to that one yet.
There's something there. Huh? Drawings on 2 different pages.
Pages where the locations of famous paintings are listed. It's an unusual interest for Horn. By George.
What?
Little drawings that might represent explosions.
Look where they are. Right next to the listing of 4 different paintings kept in San Francisco.
Suppose Horn were planning to steal them, preserve them in good condition scientifically, and sell them later in secret.
It says here these paintings are insured for $250,000 each. Any one of them would be a good haul.
Unless some of these paintings are kept in vaults.
They might be.
And that's where his liquid explosives would come in. No doubt there are watchmen to be taken care of.
The explosives might serve 2 purposes, Dave.
Kill the watchman and blow open the vault, yes. But why pick quart bottles to carry the stuff in? Anyway, we'll check these museums about their storage vaults. See if we can't narrow the field. Okay. And as for the watchman, Peters, that's your special assignment.
What's that, sir? You the night watchman here at the art center?
Yes, I am, sir.
I didn't see you sitting there in the shadow.
Yeah, my feet are after needing a bit of a rest from walking the post.
A lonely job,
That it is. The museum being off by itself this way. And creepy, too. With the cemetery yonder beside the church.
I happen to have a couple of bottles of wine here, this package. Could I offer you a drink?
You could.
Only, might not be wise for you to be taking a bottle here outdoors.
There's never nobody to see.
Well, I'm sure it'd be better inside. Maybe down in the cellar where it'd be warm. We'll drink a friendly toast to art.
But if you're bound to give me a drink, I don't mind the first one right here.
Very well. Try this Oporto from Spain. It's a dark, heavy wine. Here you are.
Thank you. And mighty fine it is, too.
Shall we go inside now?
What kind of wine would that other bottle be now?
I'll show you inside.
Let me see.
Oh, very well. It's a light white wine.
Well, now that's more like it. Might I read the label?
Oh, I must say, you can take my word.
I'd like to know what it is I'll be drinking. I only want to look at the label.
If you insist. Here.
Thank you. Tip-Top Valley Sauterne. Bottled by Tip-Top Valley Winery Incorporated. Now, I wonder if this bottle would bounce.
You've thrown it. You wanted me to drink some wine that blows up, huh? You fool, you! Oh, let go my arm. Take it easy, Horn. We got... No. Okay, now, Dave.
All right, Horn. You're not blowing open any vaults tonight with explosive wine.
Howdy. I'd like to know how you caught on.
I'll be glad to tell you, and I'll also tell you that we know where you got that suit you have on. You murdered Jack Blake in the desert 2 weeks ago. I'll be glad to tell you a lot of things, Horn, including this. You're not going to cheat the executioner again. When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next Tuesday for the exciting Counterspy case of the arrogant arsonist. When an international combine was threatened with exposure, the secret owner hired an operator to erase certain files with kerosene globules. How this incident forced certain Counterspy agents to act as Cupids in reverse will be exposed on our next broadcast. Be sure to tune in next Tuesday for Case of the Arrogant Arsonist on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by William M. Sweets, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight.
case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Missing Harold Ascot. For Nick Carter and the great kidnapping mystery.
And here's Nick Carter himself to tell you the story.
As you've probably already noticed, I'm not going to tell you the story that I announced last week. Instead, I want to tell you a rather different kind of tale. One which started as Patsy and I rang the doorbell at the rather magnificent home of Mrs. Philip Ascot, just off the upper end of the park at about 10:30 one morning. Yes? I'm Nick Carter. Mrs. Ascot's expecting me.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you.
If you and the young lady will go into the living room, I'll tell Mrs. Ascot you're here.
Certainly.
Gosh, Nick, the Ascots must have more money than they know what to do with. Just look at this place.
Yes, Patsy, the Ascots belong to one of the oldest families in the city. Old and conservative, rich but never ostentatious.
So I see. Gee, I wish I could have...
I think I hear Mrs. Ascot coming.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I want to thank you for coming so very promptly. I know how busy you are, but I really am in trouble, desperate trouble, and I don't know who else to turn to but you.
Why, Mrs. Ascot, I'll be very happy to help you if I can. This is my assistant, Patsy Bowen.
How do you do? You do.
Now, what's wrong?
It's my son, Harold, Mr. Carter. He's been kidnapped. I found this note inside my newspaper this morning.
Well, what does it say, Nick?
It says, we've got your son. If you want him back, don't call the cops. We'll tell you what to do later. And there's no signature.
Can you tell anything by that letter, Mr. Carter?
Of course, the handwriting is obviously disguised. Half printing and half writing. Paper's good bond paper. Has a watermark that looks like a dragon's tail. The top of the sheet of paper's been cut off. A pair of scissors, apparently, as the cut isn't quite even.
Why do you suppose they did that?
Well, there was probably a letterhead on it, and the writer didn't want the paper traced, of course. But they didn't cut quite all of the printing off. Can't read what's left, but later on it may help to identify it.
It looks like hotel stationery, doesn't it, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, that's what I was thinking. I'll have Scubby make a round of the hotels and see if he can find the one it came from.
Oh, Mr. Carter, do you think you can find my boy?
Well, I certainly hope so, Mrs. Ascot. And I'll do my best. But in the meantime, just sit tight and wait until you hear from me again. Or until the kidnap gang makes its next move.
Oh, hiya, Nick. Didn't take you long to get here.
It's no time to waste in a kidnap case, Scubby. You're never going to be sure when the gang will get frightened or annoyed and kill their victim. Now, you find the same kind of newspaper here, you say?
I sure did, Nick. The same size, same watermark, and as near as I can tell from what's left in the kidnap note, the same printing at the top. Good. But what now, Nick? How does knowing the paper came from here help you any?
If the paper came from here, it's quite possible that whoever wrote the kidnap note was staying here in the hotel at the time.
Yeah.
And if he was, the hotel register may give us a further clue.
Oh, but the handwriting on the note was disguised, Nick.
Well, quite so, Scubby. But it's impossible to completely disguise any writing so that it may not be identified. Even when the writing's apparently completely changed, there will always be some peculiar characteristic left that'll give it away.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, clerk.
Yes?
Do you mind if we look at your register a moment?
Not at all, sir. Here you are.
Now, let's see. Young Ascot disappeared on Tuesday afternoon, and it's possible that the signature we want might be under Sunday or Monday's date.
Well, do you know what to look for?
Yes and no, Scubby. I've memorized the looks of the writing in the kidnap note, and I expect to recognize any similar peculiarities in the signature here. No, nothing here under Sunday's date. Let's try Monday.
Okay, it's right over here.
And Baker. And... Here. Look at this one.
James Scannett. I never heard of him.
Of course you haven't. Neither have I. But look at that S.
Yeah?
And the J. Note how oddly they're made? This signature, like the kidnap note, is half written and half printed, too. Evidently the work of a man who learned to write late in life, and a man who never writes easily.
Oh, I see what you mean, Nick.
No question, Scubby. This is our man. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Is this James Scannett in the hotel?
James Scannett? No, sir. He checked out this morning.
I was afraid of that. You recall what he looked like?
Oh, medium height, sandy-haired, little mustache. He had a crooked little finger on his right hand. I remember him because he asked a lot of questions last night.
Thanks, Clerk.
Well, do you know him, Nick?
Why, yes, Scubby. I sent that man up the river 3 years ago for a 5-year stretch.
Oh. Well, maybe he's out.
Maybe. I know a man who can tell me. I'll give him a ring and see. Come on.
Well, whom did the description fit, Nick?
Sounds like Jack Vincent, Scubby.
Yeah?
Forger and a con man. An old-timer at the business. I can't see for the world how... Oh, pardon me for a minute.
Oh, sure, Nick. I'll wait here.
Should turn out to be Jack Vincent. This case may prove to be quite interesting for both. Oh, hello, Bill. How are you? This is Nick Carter. Oh, fine, thanks. Say, Bill, is Jack Vincent still up at state prison? Oh, 2 weeks ago, huh? No, nothing special yet. Well, thanks, Bill. Good luck. Goodbye.
Well, what do you say, Nick?
Vincent was pardoned 2 weeks ago. He's our man, all right.
You know, it's a funny thing, Nick, but while you were in there phoning, a couple of men went by me, and I heard one of them say to the other, I saw Vincent Grady's bar last night. Well, maybe that's where he hangs out.
You say you just heard that now, Scubby?
Yeah, just now.
That's queer.
Oh, how do you mean, Nick?
Scubby, things are going a bit too easily. A note paper that can be traced, the name in the register, the description, and now the conversation you say you overheard.
You mean you think it's some kind of a frame-up?
Might be, Scubby. Might be.
Well, gee, if it is, Nick, you
If
better...
it is, I'm going ahead just as I was before. Just be a little bit more careful, that's all. Well, if they want me to go to Grady's bar, that's where I'm going. See you at the office later, Scubby.
And he fell for it, Jack. Hook, line, and sinker, just like you said. I've got to hand it to you.
And you told him where he could find me?
I said it real loud, right beside that stooge of his. I said I'd seen you in Grady's place here.
He's coming here now?
Yeah. I beat it on the head to let you know he was coming.
Good. We'll take care of him when he gets here.
Gee, you're awful smart, Jack. Ain't no wonder I kind of go for you. But don't forget I owe him one, too. He sent my pop to the chair for bumping off that old rat of a watchman last winter. I ain't forgot that, you betcha.
Okay, Gertie, cut the gab. Looks like Carter's coming in now.
He can't see us where we're sitting.
Yeah, that's him. Hey, do I look okay in this apron I borrowed from Pete?
Sure, you look like a regular waiter, Ben. Hey, got a tray?
Yeah, right here.
You sure he don't know you, Ben?
He broke up my racket last year, but he never seen me.
Gee, we all got it in for him, ain't we?
You bet we have. And here's where right pays off. Watch me.
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Bring me a large ginger ale and Coke, will you?
Coming right up.
Well, Nick, lots of familiar faces here, but nobody I really know. Wonder if Vincent might have moved out of town after he had the snatch. And that conversation Scubby overheard, if he did overhear, it sounds to me like...
Yeah, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here, get the change.
Thank you, sir.
Well, at least this ginger ale's cold. Doesn't taste that bad. It's an odd flavor to it, though. Must be a new brand of Cokes they mix with it. Can't say that I enjoy it. Why, it's clear. It isn't hot enough in here to make me dizzy like this. I seem to be... Nick, you fool. You've been doped. You've been...
Yeah, look it. He's out cold. Gee, Ben, you must have made it strong.
You bet I did. I ain't taking no chances. I put 3 of them in.
Now go on, Gertie, and get the car and make it fast. I don't want none of Carter's friends to come looking for him before we can get him out of here.
Okay.
This is the day I've been waiting for 3 years. Well, he don't look much like a great detective, does he? All tied up and gagged like that.
I'll say he don't. He looks more like a trussed-up chicken.
Or a dead duck.
And that's what he's going to be as soon as he wakes up. A dead duck.
You mean you ain't gonna kill him now?
Nah, there's no fun in killing him when he don't know who's doing it. I want him to look me in the eye when I send a bullet into his brain.
Oh, gee, Jack, I thought you'd let me kill him.
Nothing doing. This is my party. Private and exclusive. You get his guns?
Yeah, both of them. Hey, should we leave him here in the back room for now, Jack?
Yeah, he won't come to for another couple of hours. He'll be safe here. Now, you and Gertie stay here and watch him. I got some stuff I want to take care of. I'll be back by the time he wakes up.
Okay. Here you go, Mr. Master Detective. And there you stay till we're ready for you. Have a nice sleep.
And keep your eye on Gertie, Ben. She might forget and bump him off all by herself.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Well, this is Mrs. Ascot speaking. Isn't Mr. Carter there?
Why, no, he isn't. Has something else come up?
Yes. Yes, I've got another note from the kidnappers. They want $100,000 immediately.
Good heavens, $100,000.
Oh, what shall I do? Mr. Carter said to do nothing until I heard from him.
I've no idea where he is. He should have been back here long ago. You better just do nothing, as he said, until we hear from him. He's bound to call me pretty soon. Unless something's happened to him.
Headache that stuff leaves behind it. I'm certainly right for being such an idiot. I knew what I was walking into, and I walked right into it. Gosh, but it's dark in here. I wish I could... What's that?
Nick Carter, you sent my cop to the Shaggy Jack. You'll never send nobody else there. For sure he's gonna live no longer. I'm gonna fix you right now. I'm gonna... What's up?
Sorry to have to be so rough with you, lady, but it's my life or yours. You're only stunned. Now, if I can reach that knife she dropped before she gets her senses back, I can cut these ropes and get free. Just a little more. If I could only see behind my back. Where is that knife? I want to be able to reach it now. Just... Now to cut this rope on my wrist. A little bit more. There, that's good. Now for the leg ropes. Quiet, you. You try to call for help, I'll be forced to kill you.
You? How did you...
I heard you coming in, so I sat up, stuck my legs out, and pipped you. You dropped your knife. I knocked your head on the floor, and I stunned you. Then I found the knife, cut my ropes. Now I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you can't. Jack will kill me. He'll murder me.
Should have thought of that before. Don't try anything. Your friends overlooked this little pistol I carry in my shoulder holster. It's very small, but effective, I assure you.
What are you going to do?
Why'd you dope and bring me here? To kill me?
Well, Jack and Ben were scared you'd try to break up their plans for the kidnap job.
I knew it. Now listen carefully. Who else is in this house now?
Only Ben. He's in the next room.
Good. Now, when I tell you to, call Ben. Tell him you're afraid I'm waking up. Ask him to come in here, but don't you warn him.
You want me to ask him to come in here?
Yes, but no funny business. Now call him.
All right. Ben? Ben?
What do you want?
I think Nick Carter's waking up. You better come have a look at him.
Quick?
Yeah.
Okay, don't touch him. You wait till Jack gets back and then...
Open your hands. I warned you. Now stand aside. I'm leaving here, and don't try to stop me. I'll be seeing you both later, under different circumstances. How do you do, Miss Bowen?
Nick, where in the world have you been? We've been waiting for you for hours.
Sorry, Patsy. Anything special been going on?
Anything special? I should say so. Mrs. Ascot has called 5 times. She got a note from the kidnappers telling her it would cost her $100,000 to get her son back. And she's going crazy, waiting for you to tell her what to do.
Hey, Patsy, have you heard anything
from me, Scubby?
Well, Nick, what happened to you?
Jack Vincent laid a trap for me, and I walked into it.
Did you learn anything?
No, Scubby, I didn't. Except that it all has to do with the kidnap case we're working on.
Well, did you have any trouble, Nick?
Well, depends on what you call trouble, Scubby. And more of that later. Now, what about Mrs. Ascot?
Well, she wants you to call her as soon as you come in. I'll get her for you.
All right, Patsy. We gotta move fast. Maybe too late even now. My being there and getting away doesn't help any.
Mrs. Ascot, just a minute, please. Here she is, Nick.
All right. Hello, Mrs. Ascot. Sorry I've been held up where you couldn't get hold of me. What's up?
Oh, Mr. Carter, I received a note from my son. It says that I'll have to pay his kidnappers $100,000 if I want to get him back. The note also says that I've got to take you off the case or he will be killed. He says that so far they've not mistreated him, but he begs me to pay the money and get him free.
Is the note in your son's handwriting?
Oh, yes, I'm sure of that. What shall I do, Mr. Carter?
Well, does the note give you any way of getting in touch with him?
Yes. Yes, it says to put an ad in the personal column of the Clarion, addressed to safety, and let them know what I decide.
Good. Put the ad in the Clarion. Tell them you're willing to pay the money and ask them how they want it paid.
All right, Mr. Carter, but how about, what they have to say about getting rid of you? You know what
I understand, Mrs. Ascot. Tell them in the ad that you're guaranteed that I'll have nothing further to do with the case.
Oh, but that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
Yes, of course it would. But would you prefer that the kidnappers kill your son?
Oh, no, of course not, Mr. Carter.
All right, then. Put the ad in just as I said. And let me know the minute you get an answer. Then we'll plan our next step.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I'm so glad you come. An answer to the ad that I put in the paper just came in the morning mail. Here it is.
Thank you. On Route 77B, 5 2/10 miles north of Route 31, is a large single oak tree right beside the road. It's the only tree around. Make up a bundle of $10, $20, and $50 bills, $100,000 in all. Throw the bundle out at the foot of the tree this afternoon at 5 o'clock sharp. Drive by at not less than 25 miles an hour, and do not stop. Your son will be sent back to you tomorrow morning. He'll be alive if you follow directions. He'll be dead if you don't.
Gosh.
Mm-hmm. Bessie. Where's that map I asked you to bring along?
Well, here it is, Nick. Well, I still don't know how you could tell what section of the state we're going to need a map of.
Well, Patsy, when I went back to the gang's hideout yesterday afternoon, it was deserted. The only things I could find that interested me were a rough draft of the original kidnap note made in the back of an envelope addressed to Jack Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
And also a timetable showing trains running to a certain part of the state.
And what part was that, Nick?
The part I asked you to bring the map of. Very simple.
Very simple. To you.
Well, where is it?
Here.
Now, let's see. Route 77D is here. Route 316 crosses it right here. Mm-hmm. It's about 45 miles out of the city, a very thinly settled section.
What shall we do about it, Mr. Carter?
We'll do just exactly as the note says. Have your bankers make up the bundle of $100,000 in 10s, 20s, and 50s.
Yes.
Take Patsy with you, and have your chauffeur drive you up to the spot designated in this note. Throw the bundle out, and then leave the rest to me.
Well, I'm sure glad it's clear today. Otherwise, we'd be out of luck.
See anything, Scubby?
No, not yet. Hey, Nick, do you suppose anything has gone wrong?
No, I doubt it. I have entire faith in Patsy's ability to follow instructions.
Gee, sure is sort of deserted around here, isn't it?
Yes. Only a few scattered houses and very little traffic. Oh, here, Scubby, suppose you take over the controls of the plane for a while I take the glasses and have a look around.
Oh, sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Got steak?
Yeah. All set.
These glasses are really high-powered, aren't they? Hey, I think I can... Yes, there they are. And right on time.
Are you sure this is the right road, James?
Yes, Miss Asgard, this is the right road.
Oh, I'd feel so much safer if Mr. Carter were here. Why, if any little thing were to go wrong, it might mean my boy's life.
That's why I'm here, Mrs. Asgard. Just to see that nothing does go wrong.
The place you want is about a half a mile ahead, Mrs. Asgard.
Oh, dear, so soon? Oh, I'm all of a jitter, Miss Bow, and you'll have to throw the package out. I just can't do it.
Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Asgard. I'll take care of everything. Slow down just a little, will you please, James?
Yes, miss.
Oh, I wish I knew how Nick is planning to get the money back. The gang could go anywhere from here, and we'd never know where it was.
Oh, I hope Mr. Carter won't do anything to interfere with my getting my boy back. He's worth all the money I have.
You can trust Nick to do the right thing. There's the tree, just ahead. Oh. Now, help me up with the package.
All right.
That's it. Careful now. I'm going to let it go out the window. There it goes. Well, that's that.
Oh, you're wonderful, Miss Bowen.
Did you see anybody?
No, nobody. Not a soul around here anywhere.
I still can't see anybody. The bundle is still right by the side of the road where it fell. Oh, heck, this curve cuts off the view entirely.
Well, at least we've done our part.
Yes, we've done our part. The rest is up to Nick.
Those are Nick's orders, Sheriff. Drive as close to the house as you can and then park your car in the bushes just off the road.
Okay. Where's Carter now?
Oh, well, he went on ahead to get the layout of the place. Wants to get his plan set by the time we get there.
I don't understand how you know them fellas are hiding out there. You say neither you nor Carter ever been near the house.
Well, I'll tell you, Sheriff, it's really very simple. When Mrs. Escort dropped a bundle of money out of her car this afternoon, Nick and I were overhead in Nick's plane watching everything through his extra high-powered field glass. Yeah. We saw the crooks come and pick up the money, and then we watched them beat it back to the farmhouse. They took every back road and cow path they could find to keep from being followed, but we couldn't see them, no matter where they went. Yeah. All the time, the one man that they were really afraid of was up there over their heads watching.
Hey, that's quite a stunt. I've heard tell this Nick Carter's quite a feller. Darn if I don't believe it now.
Well, darn if you don't, can't tell her.
Well, we better stop here, huh? Don't dare go no closer to the house with the car. I'll just run her off into the bushes here.
Well, I wonder where Nick is. He ought to be here any minute.
Yeah. So far, so good. Haven't seen me yet. Yeah, this is the window where the boy should be, if I'm right. Too dark to see what's inside the room. I'll have to take a chance and climb through the window and see for myself. Locked. Well, I ought to be able to slip the latch on an old window like this. This knife will do it, I think. There. Hope my luck holds it all way longer. I guess it's safe to use my flashlight here. Yeah, there he is. Oh, Harold. Harold.
Oh.
Quiet. Not a sound. Keep absolutely quiet. You all right?
Yeah. Caught a pretty bad cold yesterday, though. But who are you? You're not one of the kidnappers.
No, I'm not one of the gang. I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes.
Gee, I've heard of you. You're going to save me, huh?
That's just what I'm going to do. And I'll get these ropes off your arms and legs first. There we are. Feel better?
Gosh, yes.
Now, see if you can stand up.
Well, it's not very easy yet. But I'll be all right.
Good boy. I've got to get you out of here pronto before one of the gang comes up to have a look at you.
All right. How do we get out?
Out of the window, same as I came in. Oh, come on now. Quiet.
Okay. Whatever you see, Mr. Carter.
Climb out the window onto the roof. Easy now. Easy. That's the boy.
Gee, it's dark out here. Can't see anything, hardly.
Just follow me. There's a post in the corner of the porch we can slide down. I came up it. Careful now. There it is. Here we are.
Okay. I'll come right behind you. You go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Not Mr. Carter, Harold. Just call me Nick.
Gosh, Nick. Am I going to have something to tell the fellas when I get back home?
All right. Here you come. That's the boy.
Gee, that was easy, wasn't it?
All right, son?
Sure. Let's get going away from here.
All right. My friend Scubby and the sheriff ought to be over there on the edge of the brush.
Hey, is that you, Nick?
Yes, Scubby. And I have the boy, too.
Suffering catfish, Mr. Carter. How in heaven's name did you get him out of there without getting caught?
It was easy. Nick's a good detective. I bet he can do anything.
Well, thanks for the plug, Harold. Now, here's my idea. Are the three of them still in the living room where they were a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I just took a look and they're still there.
What's your idea, Carter?
Well, this is it. They think Harold is still tied up nice and snug in his attic room. Now, if they should happen to hear him out here in front of the house, they'd probably come rushing out to see what's up, wouldn't they?
Sure. Well, go on, Nick.
Well, I don't want any shooting if I can help it. Somebody might get hurt. So you and I will stand one on each side of the front door, Scubby, while the sheriff goes around to the back door, ready to come up from behind them. Then Harold will stand out here in front of the house and shout good and loud. They'll come out to see what's what, and we'll poke our guns in their backs. No shooting, no trouble. All nice and simple.
Gee, that's swell. What'll I yell, Nick?
Oh, whatever comes into your head. Anything at all. Okay, Sheriff?
Yep. Sounds nice and simple. If it works, well, here goes the rear guard.
Come on, Scubby, and get your guns ready.
Okay.
And Harold, if anything goes wrong, you run for the woods. They'll never find you out there on a back night like this.
Okay, Nick. When do I yell?
Count 5 slowly. That'll give Scubby and me time to get into position beside the door.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bridge building the mountain. Yippee! Wow!
Get your hands out of the fast. Don't try reaching for your guns. We've got you surrounded. Nick Carter. Just keep those hands in the air, Vincent. All right, Scubby, get the guns.
Okay, Nick. Here, only one on them. And 2 on our friend Jack.
All right, come along here now. Stop it. Why this gal trying to skip out the back way, so I brought her along. She belongs to this outfit?
I think she does. She was the one who watched me while the men went out for the money.
Well, looks like we got everything, don't it? Yeah, it certainly does, Sheriff. Everything but the ransom money, which must be here in the house somewhere.
Nick, can I hold a gun on one of them?
Why, sure, son. Here, take Jack's gun and keep it pointed right at him all the time.
Hey, Carter, don't let that kid have that gun. He don't know nothing about guns. It might go off and somebody get hurt.
You're quite right, Vincent. But would it interest you to know that I wouldn't care if it did? As far as I'm concerned, kidnappers are pretty filthy things, the lowest of the low.
Oh, Mr. Carter, how can I ever repay you for what you've done for me and my boy?
Well, I'm very happy that we were able to get the boy back for you, Mrs. Ascot. And the money, too.
Oh, please tell me how much I owe you, Mr. Carter. I want to send you a check at once, a big one.
You owe me nothing, Mrs. Ascot.
Oh, but Mr. Carter...
If you really want to repay me, I suggest that you put at least an extra $10,000 into war bonds in this 4th War Loan Drive and give the bonds to the Associated Boys Clubs of the city. I can think of no better way to spend money right now. Buying the bonds helps the boys who are fighting for us today. And giving the bonds to the boys' clubs helps the boys of tomorrow. It's a wonderful combination.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this same time by WOR Mutual. What can you tell us about next week's story, Nick?
Well, all I'm going to tell you about it is this. There's such a weird and unusual case that for the only time in my life I was almost compelled to believe that vampires really do exist. I call it Death After Dark, or the mystery of the vampire killings. So long.
So long, Nick. See you next week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Death After Dark, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vampire Killings.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The return of Nick Carter is broadcast in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every week. This is Mutual.
Lucky Stone is the name. I'm the guy that writes that column that's buried somewhere in the middle of your Examiner, called Night Beat. They call me Lucky for the same reason they call a fat man Slim. Because the best you can hope for on a job like this is chronic bronchitis, rings under your eyes, and the fact that you're awake when regular folk are asleep. Sometimes the worst happens to you. A story grabs your heart and shakes it until it hollers uncle. A corpse in the dark alley is the business at hand. In the big city, a dead man is a pretty impersonal thing. But this one I had a special interest in, because they wanted me to identify it.
Night Beat stars Frank Lovejoy as Lucky Stone.
It was early morning when I walked into the county morgue. There was that same familiar ammonia smell stinging my nostrils, that gleaming tile, that cold, empty feeling you get. The way the morgue always swipes across your face like the tail end of a nightmare. The police lieutenant was waiting for me. He nodded for the attendant to pull back the white sheet.
Well?
Yes, that's him. That's Ted Carter.
Okay, that does it. We had to get positive identification. You were the only one we could reach. Sorry I had to get you out of bed.
Oh, that's all right.
Guess that winds it up. Be seeing you. Thanks for the trouble.
Now, wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you mean, be seeing you and thanks? What happens now? We go back and catch up on our sleep?
I know you had a friendly interest in the kid, Lucky, but he got it the way all hoodlums eventually get it.
He was going straight and you know it.
You're getting sore about it.
Who did it? Who killed him?
Lucky, go into any book joint, any gin mill, look in any back alley, any flop house. Whoever you find there could have done it. Take your pick.
Take my pick?
Nobody talks. Nobody remembers anything. In my book, it's murder by person of persons unknown.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Maybe for you it's that way, but not for me, Lieutenant. I've known that guy since we were kids. I was lucky and he wasn't. I talked him into going straight and now he's dead for it.
Crazy to think that way, Lucky.
Okay, it's crazy. Somebody didn't like the idea of his going straight. And if I don't find out who it is, I'm going to start having some lousy dreams, Lieutenant. And I'm a guy that likes to sleep sound. I walked away from the lieutenant like he had the smallpox and I'd never been vaccinated. When I hit the street, it was raining. The sky was gray and there was a cold chill in the air. I waited for a cab thinking that for the first time I hated this city. I hated it because somewhere in that rain was Ted's killer. What was he doing now? Sleeping? Having his morning coffee? Waiting for the first editions to come out and see how well he'd done? You'd have to look hard to find anything about Ted. Page 6, ex-hoodlum found shot, period. When you're an ex-anything, that's a nice way of saying you're dead, brother, lie down. When a cab showed up, I went over to see Ted's girl, Joan. As soon as she opened the door, I knew she'd found out. Her face looked pinched and pale, and her eyes were red like she'd squeezed out the last tear.
Lucky, why did it have to happen like that?
I'm sorry, Joan. You didn't go down to...
No, I couldn't.
I understand. Who do you think did it?
I don't know. He told me he was all through with the racket.
Well, what was he doing? Who'd he been mixed up with?
He never told me anything. I never asked him. I believed him when he told me he was going straight.
I'm going to find out who killed him, Joan.
Look, Lucky, you and Ted lived in different worlds. He wouldn't want you to get hurt because of him. This is for the police, Lucky.
I'm sorry, the police aren't interested.
Then why should you...
Because he followed my advice and now he's dead. Now, who was the last guy he worked for, Joan? Who got sore when Ted decided to go straight?
I don't know, Lucky. I don't know.
Joan didn't know. I went around to the old haunts, his former friends. They didn't know. The district attorney didn't know. The cops didn't know. Ted had kicked around in this city among all these people for 28 years. And now, suddenly, it was like he'd never lived at all. Then I remembered a little item from his old life. A little item with baby blue eyes and red hair. Laverne Clare. He'd gone with her before he met Joan, and even after he'd met Joan. I know he'd kept sneaking back to Laverne like a drunk trying to decide whether to spend his last coin calling Alcoholics Anonymous or buying a glass of Muscatel. I went looking for Laverne. She had the number 4 spot in one of those 5 times a day shows on the untidy side of town. When I got there, I had to wait until the fleshy part of the entertainment was over, and then I went to her dressing room. Now, Ted spent a lot of time telling me how crazy he was about you, Laverne.
Yeah? He was a sweet guy. Ted was all right.
He liked to tell me about the way you looked when you danced.
Yeah, sure. Where's my drink? That bottle there. Pour me, will you?
Oh, sure. Say when.
I'll be when.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Who do you think killed him, Laverne?
Look, Mr. Stone. You're a nice guy. So why don't you go back to your office and write your column? About pretty things, Mr. Stone. Nice, harmless things. You don't want to get mixed up with Bailey or with that guy, Jerry.
Bailey?
I didn't say Bailey.
Oh, so it's Bailey. The character that parlays pinballs into diamond stick pins. Number rackets, Bailey. So Ted knew something and he...
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. Get out of here. Right away. You understand?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm beginning to understand. So I had myself a lead, George Bailey. Only it was like going fishing with the hope that you'll be lucky enough to catch a trout, and all of a sudden, look who's eating your worm. Moby Dick, the whale. Before I told anyone else, I thought I'd go back and see Joan. I think I know who killed him, Joan.
You do?
I'm not positive, but it's a beginning.
Who?
George Bailey. Know him?
Bailey. Who told you it was Bailey?
You're getting pale, Joan, so you think it was Bailey, too.
Listen, Lucky, stay away from Bailey. He's trouble.
Yeah? I'll let you know exactly how much trouble. I'll see you later.
Lucky. It's dangerous. Please be careful.
The lieutenant told me anyone could have killed Ted. He invited me to take my pick. I'm going over and see that cop. I've taken my pick. George Bailey.
Lucky you surprised me. You really expect me to arrest George Bailey? On what charge?
He's mixed up with Ted's killing. You know it and I know it.
Outside of this Laverne girl, I got nothing to go on. You have one shred of evidence pointing to Bailey?
Arrest him on suspicion. Sweat it out of him.
Now, wouldn't I look fine against Bailey's high-powered shyster lawyers, trying to make an arrest stick because some drunken dame shot her mouth off? Even then, she'd deny it if I put her up on the witness stand.
So you don't want to touch Bailey?
Look, get me one witness who saw them together. Find me one scrap of evidence, even circumstantial evidence. I'll arrest Bailey in a minute. You won't find anything. I know. I've tried. All you'll find is frightened people and blank walls. Bailey's had this town by the throat for 10 years. No, I'm sorry, Lucky. I can't help you.
But I couldn't stop. I was like a snowball somebody started rolling down a hill. I didn't know where I was going or what would happen when I got there, but I had to keep rolling. They've got a name for that. It's called a guilt complex, and I had it in Technicolor. Ted was dead because he'd believed in me. I couldn't forget that any more than I could forget my name. Then I remembered my column. Sure, why not? The little poems to the first robin, the jokes about the smog, the stories of the happy winos that have to move over. I was going to work on Bailey in the only way I knew, and keep my fingers crossed that something would happen. What big-shot racketeer sends for his aspirin every time someone mentions the back alley murder of Ted Carter? When is the district attorney going to get wise and change the address of Mr. B from a downtown penthouse to an upstate death house?
Listen to this, boss.
Huh?
Stone's latest little offering. When are the police going to bring in the Carter killer?
Let me see it. And if they don't know who it is, I'll give them a hint. Think of Daly and reach for the letter B.
How long's he going to get away with that?
Hand me the phone.
Sure.
Hello?
I want Lucky Stone.
You got him.
I'll say it only once, Mr. Stone.
Hmm?
I don't like this kind of publicity.
Oh, you must be Bailey.
I'm asking you to lay off.
Real polite like, huh?
That's right. Real polite. What's the good word, Mr. Stone?
The good word, I got a whole sack full. You get a copy of the Examiner first thing tomorrow, and you'll see him right under my byline.
Now, listen, Stone.
It'll be something like this. One of the local gendarmes going to knock on Mr. Bailey's door with a warrant for his arrest. Okay, he doesn't want a preview, so let him pay 7 cents. Well, that was more like it. So Bailey was beginning to squirm. Well, on him it looked just fine. I worked late on the column that night, giving Bailey enough needles to sew a circus tent. I was feeling pretty good. That guilt complex about Ted Carter wasn't hurting quite so much. I unlocked my door and stepped inside. I didn't have to shut the door. It was shut for me.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Stone.
Well, as long as you're here, make yourself at home.
You're a wisecracker, ain't you? Like your friend, Ted Carter.
What do you know about Ted Carter?
Oh, he was a regular card.
Okay, what do you want?
My boss sent me over to take a look at you.
Your boss?
Mr. Bailey.
And you're little boy blue, huh?
Yeah, a wisecracker, all right.
Well, tell that boss of yours I'll be dropping around to see him for an interview. Huh?
He don't want it that way. He sent me to see you instead.
Yeah?
He don't like people who don't pay attention to his telephone messages. He thinks you're very nasty, yapping all the time that he had something to do with the Ted Carter killing.
So?
So, like I said, Mr. Bailey don't like it.
Okay, Buster, now get out of here.
Not right now. Mr. Bailey wants me to teach you a lesson. For this blackjack. Mr. Bailey don't like smart guys. Wisecracker.
Night Beat stars Frank Lovejoy as Lucky Stone.
I woke up with a nice view of my ceiling. Sign outside the window flashed off and on. And every time it flashed on, it was like that punk of Bailey's with his blackjack testing his strength on my skull and doing fine. After a while, I crawled to my knees and worked my way over to the wall. And I climbed up the side of the dresser until I reached the phone. Operator, get me the police to... No, never mind. Skip it. All of a sudden, I didn't want the police in on this. I wanted this to be a private party. All of a sudden, I wanted to feel a gun in my hands. I washed up, changed clothes, and found a cab. It was 11:15 when I reached Joan's apartment. I had to knock a long time before she came to the door. She was rubbing the sleep out of her eyes.
Lucky? Oh, come on in.
Thanks, honey.
What happened to you?
Surprise party by the same people who surprised Ted.
Wait, I'll get some bandages.
No, that's not why I came.
No?
When Ted quit the rackets, what did he do with his gun?
He asked me to keep it. He said then I'd know he was on the up and up. Why?
I want Ted's gun.
What are you going to do with it?
Never mind. Just get me the gun.
No, Lucky. You'll only get...
The gun.
It's in the bottom drawer of the dresser. I'll get it. I think you're crazy. Here.
Thank you.
Where are you going?
Wentworth Towers. Bailey has an office there.
Lucky you are crazy. You're walking right into a trap. They'll kill you like they killed Ted.
Well, if I don't go, Jerry will be coming around again. You see, the way it's no good. At least this way I say when. Wish me luck.
Luck? Oh, you fool, you poor fool. You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
When I got to the Wentworth Towers, it was almost midnight. The streets were deserted. The only sounds were distant traffic. The front door was locked, and the only light in the lobby came from the night elevator. An old man sat inside the elevator dozing. I pounded on the window. He reluctantly got to his feet and started walking toward me. He snapped the lock and pushed open the front door.
Nobody in this building now? All the offices are closed.
Not all of them, Pop. I have an appointment with Mr. Bailey.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take you in. 24th floor. Come on.
As the elevator rose, I dipped my hand in my coat pocket. The cold touch of the gun had the comforting sensation of a boy holding his father's hand. The elevator came to a stop on the 34th floor. The doors opened, and little boy Blue stepped out of the darkness. He had a gun, too, only his was in his fist.
Take us downstairs, Pop.
Sure thing, Jerry.
I want to see Bailey.
We know, but Bailey don't want to see you. And keep your hands out of your pockets. Let me see what you got there. A gun. Pretty nice. Thanks.
Don't mention it. I'm always handing out souvenirs.
You go out first, Pop, and open the street door.
All right, Jerry, I'll get it open for you.
Is everything all right, Pop? Is it all clear?
Why don't you go out there and see? Here, I'll help you. Hey, what? I shoved the kid out. I pushed the lever that slammed the door shut and started the elevator going up. I could see little lights blink on the instrument panel as I passed each floor. Bailey was on the 34th floor, and I was getting closer. Closer. All of a sudden, the elevator stopped. I was stuck between the 11th and 12th floors. I didn't have to be a mastermind to figure out what had happened. Little boy Blue and the old man had gone to the basement and switched off the power on my elevator. They'd bring up one of the other elevators and come after me. I began to feel like an animal trapped in a cage. Then I noticed the little door on top of the elevator. I climbed up on the old man's stool. I pushed the door upward and grabbed the sides of the opening. And I started pulling myself out. And now I was standing on top of the elevator, hanging onto a greasy cable that ran down from the roof of the building. Far below, I heard the other elevator with Jerry and the old man start climbing. I leaned forward to reach the door of the 12th floor. I couldn't reach it. The other elevator was coming up fast. As I lunged for it again, their elevator stopped at the 11th floor. I was trapped good. But as long as I was between floors, they couldn't get to me either. Little boy Blue figured it that way, too.
Well, how are we going to get his elevator down here so we can get at him?
You wait here. I'll go down to the basement and get him down to the 11th with the emergency plan.
All right, but hurry.
It was turning into a big evening. In a couple of minutes, I could feel my elevator inching down toward the 11th floor and me going right along with it, perched on the roof. Then I heard that shattering of glass. That meant the kid was using his gun butt to break through the little glass window in my elevator door so that he could reach in and spring it open. Ah, nice figuring. And now if I could figure a way to stay alive for the next 5 minutes, Mr. Einstein could move over.
Where is he? How can he get out of here?
Couldn't. Jerry, look up there. The trap door's open. He's on top of the elevator.
Yeah? Now, that ain't playing fair. How many floors in this building, Pop?
35.
I've always wanted to run an elevator. Let's see how fast we can get to the roof. Shut up. Hold on to your hat, Stone.
We were rising a mile a minute. All I could do was sprawl down and watch the roof of that building coming at me. Faster and faster. The top pulley singing around and around, louder and louder. The roof was rushing to meet me like we were lovers from way back. Faster and faster, almost to the top. Almost.
listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company, like Rexall MI31, for example, Rexall's popular and versatile mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs almost instantly, yet will not harm the delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Ask for Rexall MI31 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell. Diamond Detective Agency. I'll help you out if you're in trouble, but if it's a murder, it'll cost you double.
Rick.
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. What's new with the wealthy?
Not much. Only we had a date last night, remember?
Well, did we have fun?
Oh, loads. Only we'd had more fun if you'd shown up.
Now, Helen, don't overestimate me.
I don't.
Oh. Look, honey, I am sorry about last night. Set up with a sick aunt, you know.
Tender.
Well, don't you believe me?
No. Expect me to?
No.
Then we're even.
Helen, I hate people who hold grudges. You busy tonight? Doing what?
Oh, I'll probably end up listening to some idiot play the piano.
Anyone I know?
Maybe. He's a little boy who never grew out of the cops and robbers stage.
Oh, yes, the good-looking one. He's the guy. Uh-oh. Client just walked in. I'll call you back and squirm later. Bye.
Diamond?
In the rough. What can I do for you?
You seen the morning papers?
Only the funnies.
Seen the story on page 2?
Hey, what are you, a traveling quiz show?
Look at it.
Pete Rocco broke out of prison.
That's right. You sent Pete up for murder. He always said he'd get out and take care of you.
Gee, I wish I hadn't cut my fingernails. I got nothing to chew.
You better find something. Pete's a nasty little boy.
Well, what's all this to you?
My name's Danny Rocco. I'm Pete's brother.
Oh, looking for a piece of cheese?
I found one. Get your hat, Shamus.
There was a bulge in Danny's coat pocket that hadn't come with the suit. Believing in the safety first slogan, I picked up my hat and was led to a car outside. We drove through town and then to Mulberry Street near 5 Points to the section that used to be the heart of the city. We stopped in front of a cigar store.
Okay, Diamond, get out.
Oh, it's so comfortable here.
Come on, move.
Well, if you put it that way. The Rocco Smoke Shop.
Yeah, it's mine.
Bet you sell opium.
In the back, behind those curtains. That's far enough. Ma! Hey, Ma!
I'm right here, Daniel. You know I don't like shouting.
Standing in the doorway was a little gray-haired old lady with a sweet, tired smile on her face. If this was Pete Rocco, he wore quite a disguise.
You Richard Diamond?
I've given up on denying it.
Sit down, please. Daniel, stop looking mean. Go outside and tend the shop.
Oh.
Daniel.
Okay, Ma.
Well, now I've seen everything.
Daniel's a good boy, Mr. Diamond.
But one must be stern at times.
Oh, yes, one must.
You're probably wondering why I sent Daniel to bring you here.
Well, I have thought about it between prayers.
Mr. Diamond, I tried to raise my boys the best I could. Peter and Daniel had every chance for success, but Peter failed me. He killed a man.
Go on.
I trained my boys to be pickpockets. That was during their school days, of course.
Oh, yes, of course.
Later, I take them to a nice, tidy little bookmaking business. Like any mother, I wanted to keep them away from violence.
Very thoughtful.
Mr. Diamond, I've known crime and criminals all my life. My husband was an immigrant. A criminal killed in a gang war. It's the only life I could teach them, but Peter failed me. Peter turned to murder.
Mrs. Rocco, this is very interesting, but why was I brought here?
I'm getting to that. Please be patient.
Sorry.
You see, as long as my boys stuck to bookmaking, I was happy. I was proud of them. But when Peter killed that man, well, he failed me.
You said that before.
Yes, so I did. Mr. Diamond, you're the one who sent Peter to prison. Police couldn't catch him, but you did. I want you to send my boy back where he belongs. Behind bars.
I see.
I'll pay your usual fee. If Peter's out long, he might kill another man. I couldn't stand that. I don't hold with violence, Mr. Diamond.
There was a sad look on her face as she pushed the buzzer beside her chair. She was a proud little thing, but you could see the hurt in her eyes when she spoke of Pete. She was determined to have him put back in prison. After all, she'd only raised him to be a pickpocket. Oh, this modern generation. Absolutely no regard for their parents.
You ring for me, Ma?
Daniel, drive Mr. Diamond back to town. I'll watch the shop. Oh, dear. You haven't said that you'll take the job, have you, Mr. Diamond?
Ma would like for you to, Shamus.
Thank you so much. Daniel, you're looking mean again.
Danny drove me downtown. Instead of going to my office, I went to the 5th Precinct, where I found Sergeant Otis laboring over a crossword puzzle. Poor Otis. He couldn't find a 4-letter word for something that swims, even if you hit him in the face with a herring. Well, hello, Brainchild.
What? Oh, you.
Clever as always, I see.
Shamus, why don't you dig a hole and jump in it?
And disturb your wormy relatives? Oh, perish the thought.
Get lost.
My, aren't we touchy today?
Well, can't you see I'm working a puzzle?
See it? Yes. Believe it. Well, that's another matter. But work on it, genius. I'm going to see Walt.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Levinson. My, you look impressive with your feet on the desk. Saving shoe leather?
Rick, where have you been? I called you 50 times this morning.
Well, I've been chatting with a very pleasant little lady.
Blonde or brunette?
Neither. Her hair was gray.
Well, for you, that's a switch. But, boy, you better go in hiding for a while. Pete Rocco's out of prison.
Yeah, so I heard. Is that why you called me?
Right. Rocco said he'd get you, and he's not the type to kid. He'll be looking for you, Rick.
Well, that's just dandy, Walt, because I'll be looking for him.
What?
I've got a client who wants Rocco back behind bars. Any idea where he is?
Not much to go on. He's here in town somewhere, that's for sure.
Why do you say that?
Well, remember that roll he took from that bookie before he plugged him?
Mm-hmm.
More than $50,000. He never would tell where he hid it.
Oh, yeah. Do you think he'll hang around long enough to dig it up and then go south, huh?
That's how it looks to me.
On the other hand, he might contact one of his old cronies here to get the dough and meet him somewhere else.
Maybe. But Pete wouldn't trust many people with $50,000.
What? There was a guy named Roscoe Ward used to prowl around with Pete a lot. He's still around town?
Yeah, I got a location on him this morning. Seems he's a bowling fanatic.
Bowling?
Yep, hangs out in an alley around North Broadway. Joint called Atlas Alley.
Yeah, I know the place. Well, I think I'll get a little exercise.
Bowling, maybe?
It beats snooker. See you around, Walt. I drove up to the Atlas Alleys and parked in a lot across the street. The bowling fanatics were at it hot and heavy, and I sat down in one of the spectator seats. Half an hour later, a pale little punk came in, got an alley, and began bowling alone. I decided to join him, not because he looked lonely, but because his name happened to be Roscoe Ward. Hello, Roscoe.
Huh? Do I know you?
Well, I have the ugliest friends in town. Maybe you'd like to be one of them.
Sorry, I'm antisocial.
Mind if I bowl with him?
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll go first. Oh, I knocked them all down. Now, what will you play with?
Hey, that's not bad. You got a swell approach.
Thanks.
What's your pitch anyway? What do you want from me?
Well, I'd like to meet some of your friends, Roscoe.
Like I said before, I'm antisocial.
So is your friend I want to meet. Just got back in town and won't let anyone see him.
What? Hey, now I remember you. The name's Diamond.
Good memory. Let's try it again. Know where Pete Rocco is?
Oh, so that's it, huh? But you better head to the Catskills. Word says that Petey's going to put a slug through your private eye.
Yeah, so I heard. I thought I'd look him up and beg for mercy or something.
Yeah, I bet. But sorry I can't help you.
You'll look it.
But if I should see Pete, I'll tell him you was looking for him. Yeah, you get a big kick out of that. Now beat it, leg man. I got a bowl.
Roscoe went back to his game, and I left the alleys. The only thing I knew about Pete Rocco was that somewhere in this city of millions he was waiting to kill yours truly. Not a pleasant thought, but then I'm not in a very pleasant business. I crossed the street to the parking lot and went to my car.
Hi, pal. Been waiting for you.
Wow, Pete Rocco.
Yeah. Get in.
You look thinner, Pete. Can I go across the street and get you a hot dog?
No, thanks, pal. Right now I've got my heart set on a little ride. Now get in.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Last week, a customer told me that
something I really like about Rexall Milk of Magnesia is that one bottle won't be so thick I can't even pour it, and the next one thin and watery. Somehow, Rexall Milk of Magnesia always seems to be just right.
Well, ma'am, that's because every bottle of Rexall Milk of Magnesia has to meet an exacting standard of viscosity, or it won't wear the Rexall label.
What do you mean by viscosity?
Well, an easy definition would be the degree of thickness in a liquid. Now, Rexall scientists conduct scientifically precise tests on every batch of Rexall Milk of Magnesia to make sure it meets this constant standard of viscosity, because that's one big reason why you'll always get a uniform dosage from every bottle.
Oh, and I thought it was all just an accident.
Oh, no, ma'am. There are no accidents behind the fact. You can always depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell. With a gun pointed at me and Pete Rocco at my side, I followed directions and drove to a Harlem address. Pete led me upstairs and into a half-furnished flat.
Far enough. Now sit right here, bright boy. That's good. You know, pal, I've been waiting a long time for this.
You always were the patient type. What are you waiting for now, Pete? An audience?
Oh, I'm in no hurry. You just sit there and square him for a while. Who's there?
It's me, Roscoe. Well, hello, Snoopy. Can you beat this guy, Petey? He was looking for you.
Let's not rub it in, boys.
What you waiting for, Petey? Take care of him. Let's beat it.
Shut up. We don't leave till I get word it's all clear to pick up the money.
Yeah, but when are you going to find out? Who's going to let you know?
Don't get too nosy, Roscoe. Diamond, after you picked me up, I had a rough time. During that trial, I didn't know what they were going to throw at me. Life or the chair. Just had to wait. Well, that's what you're going to do. You're going to sit there and you're going to wait. When you're least suspecting it, I'm going to put 3 slugs through your head.
My barber won't like this.
Yeah, just keep making cracks, wise guy. You'll break before long.
Yeah, you'll break before long.
Is there an echo in here?
Roscoe, did you shake that police tail?
Yeah, he's still looking for me in the bowling alley.
Good. Tie Diamond up tight and keep an eye on him. I'm going out for a while.
Oh, Pete, you ain't going to take a chance on getting sick.
Shut up. Been away for 5 years. I'll do what I want. Now tie him up.
Pete kept the gun on me while Roscoe tied my arms behind a chair. Then he put the gun he had taken from me in his left pocket and his own in his right. He resembled a walking armory as he went out the door.
You know, Snoopy, you're not so bad.
Oh, now watch it, Roscoe. You'll hurt my feelings.
Pete's a rough boy. I'm going to enjoy watching him settle with you.
Oh, you have such simple taste. What's in this for you? Pete giving you a cut?
Yeah, if he ever gets around to picking up the dough. He's got to wait until he gets the all-clear signal, though.
Oh, so there's someone else in this. Who, Roscoe?
I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't ask you. No, it's too bad you'll be a corpse soon.
Oh, thanks for the pleasant thought.
No, I mean it. That strike you made at the bowling alley tonight, that just wasn't luck. You got a swell approach.
You think so?
Yeah. That's where I have my trouble, with my approach. But when Pete gives me my cut of the dough, I'm going to buy me an alley and bowl all the time.
Oh, how exciting.
Say, you want to give me a few pointers?
What?
The approach. Maybe you could help me improve mine, huh? Now, look, this floor is kind of slippery. Now, watch. Now, I always hold the ball like this. You see? I swing it back and approach like this. There. How'd it look to you?
Well, I couldn't see too well from here. Suppose you untie my hands.
Oh, no. You got to stay tied there.
I'm afraid I can't help you then. Come around this side. I can't see through that table.
Oh, all right. Yo, I got it. I'll slide towards you this time.
All right.
There. What do you think of that?
Well, I won't hurt you now.
No, go on. Be brutal.
Well, it's too sloppy, Roscoe. You keep your head up too high.
The head, huh? Oh, yeah, sure. And keep the head down.
That's right. Ward followed instructions and kept his head down, low, just in line with my foot. Chalk up a strike for Diamond. He went down like the number 10 pin. I managed to work my hands up over the back of the chair, then a few calisthenics and my hands were in front of me, still tied, but free enough to call Walt Levinson on the phone. 15 minutes later, he arrived, put the cuffs on Ward, and untied me.
There, you're loose. You know, maybe I should have kept you tied up. You might stay out of trouble then.
You're so considerate, Walt.
I'll put some men around the house. When Pete comes back...
Uh-oh. It may be him now.
Otis, bring Roscoe Ward over here.
Come on,
Ward, you pick up that phone and act like nothing's happened. Hold the receiver so we can hear who's on the line. If you don't, I'll see that the judge throws the book at you.
Hello.
Roscoe?
Yeah. Is this Pete?
Of course, you dope.
Wrong? Oh, no, Pete. No, everything's fine.
You sound funny. Take the phone over and put the receiver in front of Diamond.
Sure, Pete. He said.
I heard him. Give me that phone. Hello, Pete. Check up to see if I'm comfortable?
How long you been loose, pal?
Come again?
Diamond, I left you in a chair across the room. The phone don't reach that far.
Well, Pete, you're getting smarter.
Yeah, thanks. Too bad I'll have to postpone those 3 slugs in the head. But maybe later.
I'm glad you said maybe, Pete. I have different ideas.
Yeah, we'll see, pal. We'll see.
Well, he tricked us, Walt. He won't be back here.
Does this bird know where he is?
Yeah, I don't think so. Roscoe, you mentioned that Pete had to wait for the word from someone before he could pick up that money. Who is that someone?
I told you before, I don't know.
Look, punk, you're all through. Help us out and you'll get a better deal in court.
Here, if I knew, I'd tell you. All I know is that Pete won't go near the dough until this someone gives him the green light.
No.
I think he's telling the truth, Walt. Take him downtown and book him. I'm going visiting.
I drove back out Mulberry Street to the Rocco cigar store. I was hoping Pete's brother, Dan, might remember some of Pete's old hangouts. I wanted to wrap up this case quickly for two reasons. One, Pete was a killer, might kill again at any minute. And two, I might be the one he killed.
Simon?
Oh, yeah. Hello, Danny.
I'm trying to get you in your office. I think I know where Pete is.
So, Mr. Diamond.
I'll tell you later.
I do hope you have something to report.
Well, not much, Mrs. Rocco. I met your son today on the wrong side of a gun. I don't know where he is now.
Oh, well, that's too bad. You will catch him, I'm sure of that. Peter must be punished. I don't hold with violence, Mr. Diamond.
Ma, don't you want me to drive you over to visit Mrs. Montelli?
Oh, well, that would be nice, Daniel. I'd like that.
Well, you get your wrap and we'll go now.
All right. And, Mr. Diamond, remember, I want my son caught quickly before he can kill again. Good day.
Now then, Danny, what were you saying about Pete?
I know where you can locate him. I didn't want to talk in front of Ma. I want to kept out of this.
Go on.
Pete told me a little while ago. He's coming over tonight. I'm taking Ma to visit a friend, so she'll be out of the way. Tonight's your chance, Diamond. Tonight.
I made plans to meet Danny out in front of the shop around 8. Then I went back to my office. I called Helen, booked my dinner dates for that evening, and waited as the hours ticked by. 7:30, and I was ready to go. Pete had taken my gun earlier, so I slipped a spare in my pocket and drove to the cigar store. I parked down the street, walked halfway up the block, and met Danny.
Simon?
Yeah. Our boy showed up yet?
No, but he should be here soon. Come on.
We walked up to the shop, and Danny unlocked the door. The shop was dark as I entered, and I tripped over something on the floor. Hey, can we have some light in here?
Sure. Why not?
That's better. And then I saw what I'd tripped over. Pete Rocco with 6 bullet holes in his body. And then it was clear. Why had Pete come here? To get the money. That made the strong-arm boy behind me the contact. The one Pete was waiting for to give him the all-clear was little brother Danny.
Are you, Shamus?
I'll be honest. Yes, I am.
Pretty smooth, huh? Here, catch. That's good. You'll notice it's your gun. Pete was bragging about how he took it from you. He let me see it.
And that was fatal.
Right. And this gun I got on you now was Pete's. I kill you, put the gun in Pete's hand, then I'm clear. You shot each other. No one will blame me.
You thought this all out, huh?
That's right. Pete and I robbed that bookie together. He left the dough for me to keep after he was picked up. I figured he'd never get out, but when he did, well, it's real convenient you're being around. Now say your prayers, Shamus. This is it.
Is he? Is he dead, Mr. Diamond?
No, you hit him in the shoulder. Better call an ambulance, though.
Yes. My boys. Peter and Daniel, look at them. I tried to teach them. I told them I wouldn't stand for violence. But they wouldn't listen. You know, sometimes you've just got to be stern.
For me, Miss Helen? Yes, Francis. Will you fix us some drinks, please? Soda with mine.
And you, Mr. Diamond?
No, I'll take soda too, Francis. About a jiggerful.
Yes, sir.
Rick,
Mm-hmm.
don't you ever get tired?
Playing the piano? Never.
That's not what I meant. Like today, you were almost killed twice.
Honey, you can only be killed once.
All right, then. We were threatened twice. Don't you ever wish you were in a different profession?
For instance?
Oh, insurance, maybe. You can talk fast enough.
Well, you may have something there. Need a lot of gals in the insurance game.
On second thought, he'd be better as a good humor man. Need a lot of children instead.
Gals are like better.
And so I've noticed.
Oh, hello. What's wrong with my own business? Now, where else could I find excitement all day and a beautiful girl to sing to at night?
Flattery will get you everywhere, Mr. Diamond.
Don't I know it? A little bit independent in your walk. A little bit independent in your talk. There's nothing like you in Paris or New York. You're awfully easy on the eye. A little bit independent when we dance. A little bit independent towards romance. A bit of sophistication in your glance. And yet you're easy on the eyes. Whenever I'm with you alone, you weave a magic spell. And though it be a danger zone, I only know that you're swell. A little bit independent with your smile. A little bit independent in your style. How can I help but love you all the while when you're so easy on the eyes?
Rick.
Yes, baby?
I've been wondering which holds more attraction for you. Me or my piano?
Oh, come here, baby.
Here's your drink, Mr. Oh! Mr. Diamond. Miss Helen. Oh, dear. Why did I ever leave Cambridge?
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Whenever you have a headache, remember this about Rexall aspirin. When taken with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. So whenever you have a headache, remember that about Rexall aspirin. Ask for it at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember always, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Look for Dick Powell in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Right Cross, in which he co-stars with June Allison and Ricardo Montalban. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next week at this time when we will again present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on and presto, you get a clean close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
What time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure with chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello. All right, Costello.
Like I've never
What's
loved
the idea? Wait a minute. What's the idea coming in here singing?
I'm going to sing on a program tonight.
What do you know about music? You wouldn't know a bass from a soprano.
Is that so? You wouldn't see me sliding in a second soprano, would you? And besides, my new girl wants me to sing on the program.
You've got a new girl?
Yes, every night she knocks on my door, throws her arms around me, hugs and kisses me, and calls me Gregory Peck.
She calls you Gregory Peck?
Gregory Peck.
Why don't you tell her you're not Gregory Peck?
Silly boy.
What does this girl do, Lou?
She's a striptease dancer at the burlesque show. I wait for her every night outside the stage door.
Does she meet you?
No, but she waves to me from the patrol wagon as it goes by.
Saints. I used to chase girls like you, and I never got anywhere. And one day I decided life wasn't worth living. I tried to shoot myself, and somebody stopped me. I tried to hang myself, and somebody stopped me.
Too bad.
I tried to drown myself, and somebody stopped me.
Some people never know when to mind their own business.
Well, all I have to say to you, Costello, is adios.
Adios?
Yes, that's goodbye in Spanish.
Well, Los Angeles traffic.
Los Angeles traffic.
That's goodbye in any language.
Hey, wait a minute, boys. Here's a serious-looking fella trying to get a word in edgewise. Let's see what he has to say.
Hollering about this time. I've been chosen a man of distinction by the Boy Scouts of America. And my picture is going to be in all the magazines.
What picture?
There it is. It's a picture of me leaning up against my scoutmaster, drinking a glass of buttermilk.
You must be pretty popular with your Boy Scout troop.
Yes, sir. I'm the only Boy Scout in California that's got a hot rod.
Yeah, you don't even know what a hot rod is.
Oh, yes, I do. A hot rod is a jalopy that smokes Mexican cigarettes.
You idiot. You running around with a bunch of kids at your age? There must be something wrong with you. What's the matter with you anyway?
Can't figure it out, Abbott. I sleep good at night. I sleep good in the morning. But during the day, I just seem to twist and turn.
No wonder nobody will associate with you. You haven't got a friend in the world.
How can you say that, Abbott? I'm the most popular guy in my hometown. Every one of the 300,000 people in Patterson, New Jersey love me.
Wait a minute, Costello. 300,000. Patterson only has 140,000 people.
When were you there last?
2 years ago.
Well, people have children, you know.
You please talk sense. What's that roll of paper you've got in your pocket?
That's my Christmas shopping list, and you're right on the top.
Oh, say, that's wonderful. What are you going to get me, Lou?
I'm going to get you a handful of nickels and dimes and put them in your mouth.
What do you want to give me a handful of nickels and dimes to put in my mouth?
I'd like to hear some change in your conversation.
Never mind. Who else is on your list?
Well, there's my Uncle Mike. I don't know what to get him. Last year I got him a smoking jacket.
Did he like it?
Oh, sure. Christmas morning he stuffed it into his pipe.
Didn't it burn?
Yeah, but not as good as tobacco. I think I'll get my Aunt May one of those old man river girdles.
What's an old man river girdle?
It helps you tote that barge and lift that bale. I'll either get that or I'll get a book, a volume by O. Henry.
Oh, a volume?
Yeah.
Oh, Henry only wrote short stories.
How much can you write on a wrapper off a candy bar?
What is Uncle Mike going to get Aunt May, Lou?
I don't know. Last year he gave her a fur piece. He shot it under the house. Had a white stripe down its back.
That was a skunk.
Huh?
That was a skunk. Why did Uncle Mike shoot it?
After he shot it, he asked himself the same question.
Wait a minute now. After all, skunk is pretty expensive. If your Uncle Mike had to buy it, he would have had to sell his house to pay for it.
After he shot it, he had to sell the house anyway.
My wife wants a mink coat for Christmas, but mink skins cost $40 apiece.
Why don't you just buy her one skin and a sock stretcher?
Costello, that's ridiculous. My wife's one of the most beautiful women in Hollywood. Every time I look at her, she reminds me of Jane Russell.
Me too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What makes her remind you of Jane Russell?
She's got legs like Bob Waterfield.
My wife puts on an evening gown. She looks like she was poured in it.
You're right, Abbott. She looks like she was poured in it and forgot to say when.
Is that so? My wife was a picture star a few years ago, you know. Her last picture was the Great Forest Fire. She was the siren.
I saw that picture. She nearly fell off the truck 3 times.
Costello, my wife is one of the most popular girls in this town. Why, I only won her on account of my great romantic ability.
You've got romantic ability?
Certainly. When I put my arms around a girl and kiss her, her eyes close and she faints dead away.
Yeah, but I used to be able to do the same thing, only lately garlic doesn't agree with me.
Tell me, Costello, how's your romance coming with that rich girl from Pasadena?
She wasn't serious, Abbott. I found out it was nothing but puppy love on her part.
When did she break the engagement?
When she found out I wasn't a puppy.
You should have hung on to her, Costello. Her family were very wealthy. Their home has 20 bathrooms.
Their home has 20 bathrooms?
That's right.
No wonder they call them the filthy rich. You know, she was a nice girl, Abbott, but there was only one thing wrong with her. She had $1 million smile.
Well, what's wrong with that?
She'd only smile at guys that had $1 million.
Well, now that you've broken off with her, why don't you make a play for my younger sister, Babe?
Your sister, Babe? Mm-hmm. Don't tell me she's out here in California now.
Sure, she's always wanted to come out here to the West where men are men and women are women.
Yes, out here in the West where men are men and women are women. And now your sister, Babe, has to come out here and confuse the whole thing.
Costello, my sister Babe may be fat, but remember, she's a slick chick.
She's slick, all right. The last time I had a date with her, I'd been over to kiss her goodnight and her hair slid off.
Are you trying to insinuate that my sister Babe is bald?
I wouldn't say that, Abbott. She's got one of those new, sunny, tough hairdos.
Sunny, tough hairdos?
Yeah, it's sunny down the middle and there's a tough on each side.
Costello.
Now it's Abbott's nephew, folks. Now what do you want, Norman?
Well, I'm on the committee for the Rose Bowl parade, and we want you to ride on one of those big rose-covered floats on New Year's Day.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, but I've got to tell you something. There's one restriction. You can't tell any of the jokes you tell on the radio while you're riding on the float.
And why not?
We want the people to smell the roses.
That did it. I can't stand this any longer. Every week the same thing.
Oh, now wait a minute,
and
Costello.
he gets money for it.
What are you going to do?
Huh?
What are you going to do?
What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Norman, this studio isn't big enough for the two of us. Now, here, you take this gun and I'll take this gun. And we'll shoot at each other until one of us is dead.
Okay. You want to bet a quarter I win?
Bet a quarter? What for?
I just thought you might want to make it exciting.
Look, why don't you go over to the Raleigh cigarette program and have your head moisturized?
Wait a minute.
Now, get out of here. Hey, Adam, why don't you get that guy a job and keep him out of here?
He just comes in here for laughs. He's got a job. He's a salesman.
Are you kidding? That guy couldn't sell anything.
Right now, he's working in the drugstore, and they're having a 1-cent sale.
What's he selling?
Pennies.
Pennies? Cucamonga 32, Pomona 31, San Fernando above 32, Riverside 28.
Wait a minute, Costello. What are you doing?
Figured as long as I ain't getting any laughs, I just might as well read the frost warnings.
That's no attitude to take. After all, Costello, this is Christmas time. Don't you feel the spirit of Christmas?
Yes, I guess you're right, Abbott. I feel like helping everybody. I've got nothing but good in my heart. See that old man over there? The one with the beard and the patches on his pants?
Yes.
I'll show you I got the spirit of Christmas. I'm going over there and help that old man out.
That's the spirit, Costello.
Hiya, buddy. Did I talk to you for a minute?
Oh, what do you want?
Well, I don't want to be forward, and this being Christmas, you know, I'm Lou Costello, the actor. I thought that maybe you'd, sort of, well...
Well, here's a dime. Get lost.
Santa Paula 32, Ventura 29, and 30.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vance.
Hey.
I called you last night, Viola, and you weren't home.
No, I was over at Costello's house practicing love scenes with him.
You were practicing love scenes with Costello?
Uh-huh.
He's so short he doesn't even come up to your shoulders. How can he make love to you?
Well, I stand him on a box, put my arms around him tight, kick the box out from under him, and I've got him trapped.
Oh, high 29, tipped in above 32. La Holla 31. Well, I'll leave you two. Cheerio, so long, Pip Pip and Hetty Lamar.
Pip Pip and Hetty Lamar?
Yeah, that's 3 pips.
Hey, where are you going, Costello?
I gotta go home now and take care of my brother Pat. You know, he's in that awkward age, you know.
Awkward age?
Yeah, he's too young to leave home alone and too old to trust with babysitters.
Why waste your time with your brother Pat? Why don't you take Viola to the movies?
Oh, no. I'm not going to go to the movies with Costello after what happened the last time.
What happened?
Viola and I were holding hands, but we had to let go because we were tripping too many people.
You were tripping people?
Yeah, she was sitting across the aisle from me.
Now do you see why I won't go to the movies with him?
You don't have to go with me, Viola. I can get plenty of girls. Only tonight coming down here, Ann Sheridan says, "Hiya, Lou."
When did you ever meet Ann Sheridan?
I've seen her so many times on a screen, she thinks she knows me.
Are you kidding? You don't know anybody in pictures.
I don't, eh? Here comes Alan Ladd. I'll show you who my pals are. Hi, Alan.
Hiya, Mac. Mac? Mac? I thought he was your pal.
Ah, he's a little...
Why didn't you call you Mac?
He's a little nearsighted. He thought I was Fred McMurray.
Well, so long, Costello. And remember... If you want to, you can come over to my house tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Costello, that was nice of Viola to invite you over for dinner.
Yes, but I ain't going to go to her house anymore for dinner. She's too wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy?
Yes, every time we get through with dinner, she always says, "I wishy you'd washy the dishes."
Get out of here!
I hate to break it up, men, but it's time to change the subject for just about 60 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's our new singer, Hal Winters. Let's give Hal a nice big hand.
Nice big hand for Hal Winters.
in my heart whenever I think of you. And darling, I think of you day in and day out. Day out, day in. I needn't tell you how my day begins. When I awaken with a tingle. One possibility in view. That possibility of maybe seeing you. Come rain, come shine, I meet you and to me the day is fine. Then I speak your name and that pounding becomes the ocean's roar, 1,000 drums. Can't you see it's love? Can there be any doubt? When there it is, day in, day out. Then I speak your name, and that pounding becomes the ocean's roar, 1,000 drums. Can't you see it's love? Can there be any doubt? When there it is, day in, day out.
Costello, put down that water pitcher. Put down that water pitcher. What are you doing?
I put it down.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm drinking water. Doctor told me to drink water an hour before I eat, and I don't like it.
Why not?
I've been drinking for 20 minutes. If I take another swallow, I'll bust.
What doctor did you go to?
My cousin, he's a doctor. Dr. Vincent Varello.
Is he a good doctor?
Good. He's the greatest doctor in Cucamonga. The most skillful doctor in Cucamonga. There's no better doctor in Cucamonga.
What makes you so sure?
He's the only doctor in Cucamonga.
I mean, why do you go all the way to Cucamonga? There's a doctor right in your block.
Yeah, but he's a baby doctor. I ain't got no confidence in him.
Why not?
Very few babies make good doctors.
Forget about it. Have you heard any more from our sponsors about how they like your Sam Shovel detective stories?
Indeed I have. Here's a letter from one of them that came this morning. I'll read it. Dear Lou Costello, since I heard you were going to continue your Sam Shovel detective series, I have decided to take the old picture off our bottles and replace it with your picture. For as long as you do your Sam Shovel series, every bottle of our product will have your picture on the label.
What product do they make?
Iodine.
I thought so. What is your Sam Shovel detective mystery for tonight, Gus?
One of my minor cases, Abbott. I call it the case of the babysitter who was fired because he neglected his work, or it was time for a change.
Well, let's get on with the case.
And now, the makers of Pismo Cocoa, the cocoa that won't keep you awake unless you drink it, present your favorite radio mystery, Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product. Friends, when you drink cocoa before you go to bed, do you toss and turn? Try a cup of Pismo Cocoa tonight. No more tossing, no more turning. You'll just lie there, dead. Pismo Cocoa comes in the regular style for those who make it in a pot. It also comes vacuum-packed for those who make it in a vacuum cleaner. Drink Pismo Cocoa and know when you drink Pismo Cocoa what a good cup tastes like. Say, compared to the cocoa, the cup will taste wonderful. And now let's listen to what people all over the country are saying about Pismo Cocoa.
That's cocoa.
That's cocoa.
That's cocoa.
That's cocoa.
Friends, we're proud of Pismo Cocoa. Remember this, during the war, Pismo Cocoa was chosen by our army as the cocoa they served overseas. They served it to the Japs. And now Pismo Cocoa brings you the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I've had a tough day. I'm sitting here in my little office dozing. I'm sleepy. Suddenly I see a Dunhill, a K. Woody, a corncob, a briar, I'm having pipe dreams. The telephone company was here this morning and put in a phone. I look at my new phone number, Elephant 6688. Must be on a trunk line. I just finished listening to my favorite radio, giveaway show. It's the only real giveaway show on the air. If you guess the answer, they give away the show. I see the mailman's shadow on the window of my office door. He's bringing my mail. He delivers the mail the hard way. The hard way. He crawls through the mail slot and drags the mail in after him. I notice my new map has arrived in the mail. It's got the boundaries of all the states marked on it. I study the map. There's the Ohio state line. There's the Indiana line. There's... Yo! That must be the Mason-Dixon line. I love the South. I'll never forget how I trailed Shotgun Jake through the South. He thought he was a smart guy, but I fixed his wagon. I grabbed him in Atlanta and fixed his wagon. In Chattanooga, I fixed his wagon. In Birmingham, I fixed his wagon. I made a lot of money on that case. He gave me $5 every time I fixed his wagon. Here's a letter from a crook in Switzerland. He's imprisoned at the Yodel Yodel. That's Swiss for Sing Sing. I decided to read the rest of my mail. Here's a letter I don't understand. Dear Sam Shovel, we're sick of you butting into our business. If the Varela gang don't kill you, we'll kill you. Signed the Merry Gang. P.S. If you're already dead, please disregard this note. That sounds like a threatening letter. I better make sure I'm armed. I opened the drawer of my desk to check on my gun. It's a Colt. Here's a postcard from my bookmaker. He wants me to send him $1 for a football pool. I don't think I'll do it. It's a waste of time building a pool for a football. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Abbott is a fine cop. Abbott, the chief wants to put him on the headquarters squad. No wonder. Abbott is the only cop in a force that's got a head the size of a quarter. I've hung out with Lieutenant Abbott so much we've become known as sidekicks. It's not because we're so friendly. It's just that every time we meet, we kick each other in the side. Suddenly I hear footsteps outside my door.
Hello, Sam Shovel.
Glad you shut up, Lieutenant Abbott. How about paying me the $5 you owe me?
When April showers, they come my way.
Every time I ask for money, he gives me a song and dance. Where have you been, Lieutenant Abbott?
I just arrested a guy for changing a tire.
You can't arrest a man for changing a tire.
From my car to his.
Car? Lieutenant Abbott also changed that joke. From my punchline to his punchline.
Sam, this office is filthy. Why don't you get some cleaning equipment? Clean up the dirt.
I've got plenty of cleaning equipment. I got vacuum cleaners, mops, brooms, and scrubbing brushes.
Why don't you use them?
Can't find them. They're under the dirt.
You're a disgrace to the detective business. What an office. It's ankle deep in dirt. Why don't you open a window?
The only window in the place is in my kitchenette.
Well, open it.
What, and let the sun come in and kill my mushroom bed? As I said this, I heard a creepy sound in the hall outside. I turned and looked. Lieutenant Abbott and I said, quick, somebody's coming. Hide behind that marble slab.
Sam. Sam, you were right. There's someone at the door.
The door slowly opened. Get it open while I'm still young enough to read the next line. Standing in the doorway was the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen. She spoke.
Oh, Monsieur Sam Chauvel, I have heard that you are a great detective, no?
That I am. I looked at this lovely creature. She was wearing a low-cut evening gown.
Sam Chauvel, will you help me out?
Lady, don't you think you're out far enough already?
Sam Chauvel, who is your so charming friend?
This is Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad.
Ah, the famous brave Lieutenant Abbott. Lieutenant, I am in great danger. You can help me, n'est-ce pas?
Mais oui, mademoiselle.
Oh, chérie, que vous êtes le plus bel homme du monde.
Oh, I don't think I could do that.
Oh, mais je crois que vous êtes un méchant garçon.
I couldn't do that.
Oh, mais vous n'avez pas besoin d'être si insolente avec moi.
I couldn't do that.
What's she saying, Abbott? Maybe I could.
Oh, Sam Chauvel, you are so brave. The terrible Count Boris is after me. Tell me, what would you do if you were in my shoes?
I'd probably fall flat on my puss.
Countess, you shouldn't drag Sam Shovel into this case.
Here we go again.
Count Boris is a vicious man. He might kill Sam. Besides, you have no money to pay the fee.
Oh, it is true I have no money, but Sam, I can pay you with kisses.
Kisses are not legal tender.
They may not be legal, but I'll bet they're tender.
Sam, you are so wonderful. I'm going to give you a kiss that will melt your heart.
Sam, say something.
Does anybody want to buy 10 cents worth of liquid hot?
Oh, Sam, it is Count Boris. He's looking for me. He is always seeking me. For 5 years I've been hiding from him. Quick, Sam, where can I hide?
Here, hide under the desk.
Where is she? Where is she? I know she's here. I've been looking for her for 5 years. Aha! There you are under the desk, huh? Come out, Countess Borden. I have found you, and you know what that means.
What are you going to do to her, Count Boris?
Nothing. Only now it's my turn to hide. She's got to find me.
Get him out of here, will you?
Abbott and Costello will have the last word as usual. But before they do, we'd like you to ponder this.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say that the part of Sam Shovel in tonight's show was played by Luke Costello. And I, Bud Abbott, do not necessarily agree with anything he says.
Thank you, Abbott. And I want to say that the part of Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad is played by Bud Abbott. And if there is any resemblance between Abbott and any living person, there would be better off dead.
Thank you. And now let's give a bow to our orchestra leader, Matty Malnick, and to our singer, Hal Winters.
And I'd like to give credit to our writing staff, which is headed by Lee Forman with Paul Collin, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
And let's not forget our capable producer, Charles Vander.
And let's not forget to say good night.
Good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.